Lu Zongzi smiled and didn't say anything. He looked down at Wei Qing and his son and cupped his fists. "Two officials of the council, you must have come here for the real tail feather, right?" "Of course," Wei Qing replied. "Then, my lords, do you think it's appropriate for Li Yunxiao to have the true tail feather of the heavenly phoenix?" Lu Zongzi chuckled. "Of course it's not appropriate." Wei Qing shook his head. Lingmu Di was both angry and amused. "What does it matter to you whether it's appropriate or not?" he said. "This true tail feather belongs to the heavenly phoenix, but it's Lady Lin's. Lady Lin can give it to whoever she wants, so what are you all interfering in?" "You can't say that," Lu Zongzi said. "This true tail feather is a supreme treasure left behind by the ancient celestial phoenix for the heavenly martial arts realm. Everyone here is an expert of this realm, so they must be responsible for the whereabouts of this true tail feather." "Yes, Lord Lu Zongzi is right." Li Yi clapped his hands and praised, his face full of flattery. It was as if he had just eaten honey, and he was indescribably happy. Everyone was speechless. They didn't expect a grandmaster like Lu Zongzi to be so thick-skinned and say such far-reaching words. Although Wei Qing also thought this way, at this moment, he still had to pretend to be deep in thought. He slowly nodded and said, "The chief is right. I didn't consider it carefully before. What do you think?" He turned around and looked at the dozen people behind him. "Yes, that makes sense. It does make sense. The true tail feather of the heavenly phoenix is the most precious treasure of the heavenly martial arts realm. It should be shared by everyone. How can it be taken by one person?" "That's right. I already felt that the martial arts duel was extremely inappropriate. In my opinion, we should let the leader of the world, the holy region, take care of this true tail feather." The crowd immediately chimed in, one after another, getting more and more excited as they spoke. When Wei Qing heard that he was going to let the holy region keep it, he quickly cupped his fists and said, I wouldn't dare. Although the holy region is the first in the world, if you really want to keep the true tail feather, you must be under the supervision of the world." Chu Hongyan was so angry that she almost fainted. She had known these people for a long time, but she had never thought that they would be so shameless. She immediately rebuked, "All of you shut up. Can you guys be any more shameless?" Yun Xiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Hongyan, you can't reason with these shameless people. Let's take a good look at their faces and note them down. If anyone utters another word, we'll find him and mince him after we get out of this eternal world. Then, we'll break his soul and make him unable to reincarnate." The people in front of the palace were so scared that they trembled all over. Their faces were ashen, and they covered their mouths, not daring to speak. "Feiyang is right. I'll remember what these people look like," Chu Hongyan sneered. She looked down and swept her gaze over everyone. Not to mention the others, even Wei Qing's expression changed. "The elder Yunxiao, is this a threat?" Lu Zongzi laughed, but his face turned a little gloomy, and a mass of dark demonic qi flashed on his face. Yunxiao picked his nose and flicked it in his hand as he said, "So what if it's a threat? If you're not happy, you can come and hit me." Although Lin had been hiding in the palace and had not shown her face, he believed that with Lu Zongzi's cunning and cautious character, he would not act rashly. Lu Zongzi seemed to feel disgusted. He waved his hand and said, "Elder Yunxiao, if you continue to be so arrogant, I'll have to consider removing you from your position as an honorary elder." "No way. Remove my honorary elder position." Yunxiao pretended to be shocked and terrified, and then he chuckled and said, "Then hurry up." Lu Zongzi's face also turned cold. The two of them looked at each other in the sky. The atmosphere became a little somber, but it also became quiet. Both Lu Zongzi and Wei Qing were very clear about what they wanted. They wanted the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather, and they even wanted to kill Yunxiao. However, Fan Yao in the palace had always been hiding his strength. With a casual pointer just now, Luo Qingyun had broken through the barrier and entered the divine sovereign realm. Such cultivation base and understanding of the heavenly Tao really terrified them. Lin's voice came from the palace and she said slowly, A bunch of boring people are no different from dog shit in my eyes. Li Yunxiao, come down. The true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix is yours. Lu Zongzi and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they were even angry. They glared at the palace, trying to see what was inside, but they were blocked by a force. No matter how powerful their divine senses were, they couldn't penetrate it. The most important thing for a man is to know his own limits, Yunxiao said with a sneer. Do you dogs hits deserve something like the true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix? Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud without restraint, but his heart was extremely heavy. He knew that Lin's condition was not very good. The end of her life meant that she could die at any time. If Lu Zongzi and the others were determined to attack the palace, they would not be able to stop them at all. Therefore, the more arrogant and domineering he acted, the more the other party couldn't figure out the truth and the more they would be wary of him. Yunxiao and the others flew down from the sky and entered the palace. Can and Phoenix stood in front of the palace's door, looking at the crowd coldly and contemptuously. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Lu Zongzi asked. Feng Yaoli rolled his eyes at him and sneered. You're asking me? But who should I ask? You're the one who came up with the idea, so you should think of a way yourself. However, I have to remind you that Lady Lin was at the peak of the World King Realm during the Demon Sealing War. Lu Zongzi seemed to know about the regional king realm as well, and his face turned even gloomier. But you also know that that was back then. He's not as powerful now. An unfamiliar voice came from the void, and a man gradually walked out. It was Pang Yun, the expert Yunxiao and the others had met when they first entered the Eternal World. Who are you? Lu Zongzi asked with a frown. There were too many experts in the Eternal World, and any one of them was a divine sovereign realm expert. This made the people who were originally at the peak of the heavenly martial realm very depressed. Pang Yun laughed. My reputation has long been forgotten by the world. Let's get down to business. As far as I know, Fan Yao not only has the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather, but also more than 10 ordinary feathers, all of which are priceless treasures. Fan Yao's strength wasn't the same as the World King realm from 100,000 years ago. It was said that he had been severely injured by the Demon Master and had fallen in cultivation. Didn't you all notice that Fan Yao had never revealed his true body? There's definitely a problem. Sir, you're right. Lu Zongzi cupped his fists and said, What do you think is the problem, sir? I'm guessing that it's probably because the injuries from back then haven't healed yet, so it's hard for him to move around now. Otherwise, with your arrogant words just now, if you wanted to divide the true tail plume, Fan Yao would be so angry that he would come out and dismember your bodies. That makes sense. What should we do now? Lu Zongzi looked like he was seeking advice. Cough, cough, of course we should charge in, and then snatch the heavenly phoenix feather. Pang Yun coughed twice. All right. We'll follow your excellency's lead and kill our way down. Lu Zongzi cupped his fists and gestured for Pang Yun to take the lead. Pang Yun's expression changed slightly as he said, We should all work together on this matter. There's no need for priority. If we have to elect a leader, you have more prestige. After all, you're the chief. Lu Zongzi waved his hand and said humbly, What chief? That's just an empty title. You should be the one leading us since you know more about the Fan Yao. Haha, I don't understand. It's just hearsay. Pang Yun waved his hands repeatedly as the two of them exchanged words modestly. He's just a mere demon. Is he really that terrifying? 1,000 feet away, the space rippled and a man walked out with a mocking expression. The faces of Wei Qing and the others turned ugly. The fluctuation of the battle between Yunxiao and Luanyu was too great, and it had probably alarmed too many old monsters who had all come. This way, even if they managed to obtain the heavenly phoenix feather, it would be difficult for them to get a share. Feng Yaoli, on the other hand, had another thought. He did not care about the heavenly phoenix feather, and he just wanted to kill Yunxiao and take Huidou's soul. Lu Zongzi looked at the newcomer and gave him a thumbs up. Your excellency is very bold. Humph. The man snorted and sneered. Since you don't dare to make the first move, how about I take the lead? All right. A few voices were heard at the same time. Lu Zongzi, Pang Yun, and the others were all praising him. The man did not speak, but only sneered. He flicked his sleeve and said, "Follow me." He then headed down. Seeing that there was a leader, everyone was more excited. Furthermore, the leader had the cultivation of a divine sovereign justice realm, so he should be able to test the depths of the hall. Impudent! Everyone stop! Kan and Chan stood on the left and right of the palace gate. They glared at the crowd with their eyes wide open. The aura from their bodies instantly burst out and pressed down on the crowd. The expression of the person in the lead changed slightly, and he said, "These two are void extreme existences. I'm not their match. Which one of you will go first? You can't even defeat the guards, and you still want to go in and find Fan Yao?" Pang Yun frowned. That person said coldly, "I only said that Fan Yao can't make it now. I didn't say that the guard can't. If it weren't for your cowardice, the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather would have already been in everyone's possession. Damned rat! Do you think you're worthy of Lady Lin making a move? The two of us are enough." The referee suddenly let out a loud roar. The broad axe in his hand swayed as he chopped down. The leader seemed to have been prepared for this, and he stepped out with his feet, allowing him to dodge. "We've already come this far," Lu Zongzi said in a deep voice. "No one has a way out. Go." He flipped his hand and took out an item. It was the dark will left behind by Yu Shengfeng. It was extremely sharp and emitted a dark light. The rest of the people also made up their minds. Suddenly, a shocking aura burst out and pressed down on Kan and Bai. "A bunch of death-seeking things. Let them come in." Lin's voice came from within the palace. It was emotionless, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and be on high alert. Bai and Kan looked at each other, then turned around and ran into the palace. In the hall, Yun Xiao was holding a long jade box in his hand, which was the true tail feather of the Heavenly Phoenix given to him by Lin. Although he didn't open it, he could feel that it was unusual. "Lord Lin," Yun Xiao said with a frown, "you asked Bai and Kan to retreat. We're in trouble now. Lu Zongzi and the others can probably guess that your Excellency's situation is not good." The golden ball of light in the hall flickered non-stop and said indifferently, "My condition was already bad to begin with. Keeping Kan and the others outside will only increase the danger for them." "What?" Yun Xiao was taken aback. "From what you've said, my lord, it seems that you have a solution." "No," Lin replied. "How should we deal with this Tao Wu?" With a flip of his hand, Yun Xiao put away the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather and said worriedly, "Let's leave it to fate. I still have one more attack," Lin said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they raised their heads in shock. Ling Mudi's face revealed a sorrowful expression, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean, my lord?" "I don't have much time left," Lin said. "At the cost of sacrificing my lifespan, I can unleash a full-powered attack at the creation realm. Whether they can escape or not will depend on their luck." The great hall was filled with sorrow. Everyone knew that Lin would no longer exist after that one attack. "There's no need to be so sad," Yun Xiao said. "Let's fight our way out together. We can at least open up a path." "Li Yun Xiao is right," Ling Mudi said. "It's impossible for them to keep us here." "Humph," he snorted. Lin snorted disdainfully and said, "When have I, Lin, ever needed to escape to save my life? Moreover, these people have intruded into my forbidden area, so how can I just let them go like this?" At this moment, Yi and Kan retreated in. Lu Zongzi and the others followed him in and stood at the entrance of the hall. They were 1,000 feet away from the golden ball of light, staring at it coldly. The leading man's eyes swept across the hall, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Lin, where are you?" Lin's voice came from the golden ball of light. "Who are you?" The man was stunned for a moment, and his pupils shrank as he stared at the golden ball of light. He chuckled, "Ha ha! You're so weak that you can't even maintain your body." Lu Zongzi and the others were taken aback. They looked at the golden ball of light and found it hard to believe that the legendary regional king had been weakened to such an extent. "Li Yun Xiao," Lin said, "come behind me." Yun Xiao and the others suddenly fell silent and stood still. "Do you still think you can protect these people in your current state?" The man in the lead sneered. Lord Lin, let me tear them apart, the referee said angrily. Old Can and I have never been afraid of death. Lin smiled indifferently and said, Fool, when did I say that you're afraid of death? However, there was no need for them to sacrifice themselves in vain. Quickly, get behind me. Can seemed to have sensed something. He stood on the spot and refused to move. He said in a deep voice, My lord, please tell me what's next? We're standing behind you. What's next? The golden ball of light spun non-stop, and its luster became gentler. It slowly said, You guys don't have to worry about Ingluo from now on. The leading man was leading the group forward step by step, when he suddenly stopped and said in surprise, Oh? Do you still have other tricks up your sleeve? Can's expression was grave as he shook his head and said, I won't go over. I've been following Darren for so many years that I've forgotten about it. The realm of heaven martial arts is no longer the era we lived in. I'm not interested in it anymore. I'm not interested either, the referee also said seriously. The golden ball of light spun rapidly, and the entire hall was silent. Yun Xiao suddenly smiled, turned to Lu Zongzi and the others, and took a few steps forward. Your Excellency, you should give up. How can we face our hearts in the future if we rely on sacrificing a woman to escape? He thought of Lin's perfect face, and how she had to sacrifice herself to protect them. He couldn't help but feel anger rising from the bottom of his heart, and his blood began to boil. The leading man seemed to heave a sigh of relief and said, Oh, he's going all out. Yun Xiao was severely injured at the moment. He took out a jade box and gently opened it, from which a faint yellow light shone. Fanny's heart skipped a beat. She immediately sensed that it was a heavenly phoenix feather. Yun Xiao clenched his fist, and the phoenix feather flew into his palm, where a flame appeared and burned slowly. Lin had originally given it to him so that he could refine and absorb the true power of the heavenly phoenix within it so that he could break through to the divine sovereign realm. But now he was using it to heal his injuries. The phoenix feather was ablaze, emitting circles of true light of the heavenly phoenix, which was instantly absorbed into Yun Xiao's body by the one chi of creation technique. Heavenly phoenix feather. My heavenly phoenix feather. Yao Jinliang's pupils contracted, and his face twisted. He roared and rushed forward. Yao Jinliang, come back! Wei Qing was shocked and hurriedly shouted. When he saw the heavenly phoenix feather, he couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed over with red eyes and released the ghost hunter in the air. The burying cloud beast also let out a roar and charged forward, shoulder to shoulder. The auras of a human, a beast, and a twist fused together perfectly and turned into a spiral attack. A golden word, fight, appeared on it. The Battle Saint technique. The ground was swept up by this force, and the space kept shaking. Chu Hongyan was a little surprised. Fearing that Yun Xiao would be injured again, she stepped forward with her sword, but was stopped by Yun Xiao. I'll do it. Yun Xiao's light glass body was constantly healing his internal injuries. At this moment, he had absorbed a large amount of heavenly phoenix true force, and his strength had recovered a lot. It's time for us to settle things. There were too many things to deal with at first, so I didn't have time to take care of you. But since you've rushed out, I'll settle our matter earlier and let you die early. Yao Jinliang was furious. The two of them were originally equally famous, but now they were worlds apart. He had become so disdainful in the eyes of the other party. His heart filled with shame and anger, he poured all his strength into the profound level weapon, increasing the power of the Battle Saint technique by a few points. Yun Xiao's face was calm as his body turned into a golden light, and his three-headed and six-armed Dharma form appeared, each of them performing a hand seal. 3 seals in one. The giant palm condensed in the sky and instantly turned into a golden dragon, which roared and flew up. Boom! The demon ghost slashed at the golden dragon, forcing it to retreat step by step, showing signs of collapse. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered with a golden light, and his 3 Dharma forms all had cold looks on their faces as they said at the same time, Not bad, but it's a pity that you have to die early. The Dharma form in front of him made a hand seal with one hand and raised the other hand high. Suddenly, hundreds of thunderclouds of different colors appeared and rolled in the sky. Thousand lightning movement lightning finger. 2 fingers on his right hand came together, and purple lightning jumped on them as he suddenly struck forward. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hall was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. A purple lightning bolt as thick as an arm rushed out and struck the ghost hunter at the moment the golden dragon exploded. Bang! The ghost hunter strangulation kept producing cracking sounds. Then, the purple lightning passed through it and shot into the bodies of Yao Jinliang and the cloud-burying beast. At the same time, the colorful thundercloud in the sky descended rapidly and exploded between the man and the beast. The burying cloud beast let out a blood-curdling screech as blood gushed out from the sky. It was unknown whether it was beast blood or human blood, but all of it flew over. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them were sent flying, crashing into the walls of the palace and falling down. Both the burying cloud beast and Yao Jinliang's bodies were charred black, and smoke was constantly rising from them. It was as if they had been cooked by the lightning. The demon ghost twist also fell to the side, but it was completely deformed by the purple lightning. The burying cloud beast let out a low groan as it continuously touched Yao Jinliang with its front claws, wailing in pain. Eft! Yao Jinliang only spat out a large mouthful of blood after a long while. He struggled to stand up from the ground, but his legs were constantly trembling. Everyone looked at him quietly, and Yun Xiao retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms. The attack just now had triggered his internal injuries again, but the power of the heavenly phoenix feather was being continuously absorbed. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Yao Jinliang suddenly laughed so hard that his face was twisted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Feiyang, are you trying to kill me? You couldn't back then, and you still can't do it now." He suddenly circulated his inner energy and broke his own heart meridian. More and more blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground like a curtain of beads. Knowing that he would not be able to escape this calamity, he would rather commit suicide to preserve his last bit of dignity as a martial sovereign than die pitifully in Yun Xiao's hands. The burying cloud beast suddenly let out a low wail as large teardrops fell from its eyes. After letting out a few mournful cries, the burying cloud beast stopped as well. It lay down at Yao Jinliang's feet, motionless, and completely dead. A man and a beast stood quietly in the corner of the hall, like statues, dead. Yun Xiao heaved a long sigh. He could not help but feel a little sad when he thought of how happy he was when he fought for the title in the Holy Region. Tisk Tsk, is this the strength of the master of the Divine Realm tablet? To be able to use such a powerful attack while being so heavily injured, he really does have his own extraordinary points. The leader of the group suddenly laughed and complimented him in a rather playful manner. Yun Xiao glared at him and pointed a finger at him as he said coldly, "This young master still has many powerful attacks. Next, I'll use them on you one by one." The man clapped his hands and laughed. "Welcome, welcome. It's been a long time since I've made a move. My skin is itching for a scratch. I'm waiting for you." After Yao Jinliang's death, Yun Xiao's state of mind did not seem to be in a good state. The hall was filled with a murderous aura, and everyone's auras seemed to have been fighting for a long time, causing sparks to fly in the air. Once they started fighting, it would definitely be earth-shattering, but no one dared to make the first move. "Li Yun Xiao is buying time to recover from his injuries," the leader said seriously. "If he wants to make a move, it's better to do it as soon as possible." "I'll listen to your orders," Lu Zongzi said. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. The man snorted in disdain and said, "Of course, it's not a problem for me to take action. I'm just afraid that I'll be like Yao Jinliang. There won't be any reinforcements after I rush up, and I'll die a tragic death in vain." Lu Zongzi said, "That's different." Yao Jinliang was acting alone. No one knew that he would suddenly attack. "We can't mess up the entire plan for him. As long as you take the lead, we won't just stand by and watch." "Don't worry, sir. We'll definitely work as one," Wei Qing also said. In the face of so many powerhouses, Wei Qing's idea was very simple. It was naturally good to get the true tail feather of the heavenly phoenix, but it did not matter if he could not. He had to suppress Yunxiao's growth, or it would be too terrible if he were allowed to continue developing. If he could kill Yunxiao here, his trip to the eternal world would not be in vain. Feng Yaoli had similar thoughts. The true tail feather of the heavenly phoenix was secondary, but the key was the remnant soul of Huidou in Yunxiao's body. At this moment, these people surprisingly maintained a consensus, with a sense of common hatred for the enemy. The leading man also seemed to be aware of this subtle atmosphere and showed a slight surprise, smiling, "All right, then let's work together." He didn't dawdle any longer, and as expected, he rushed forward. With a wave of his hand, a vast expanse of white sword light scattered out, and he said, "I'll deal with Li Yunxiao. Let me see how powerful the Lord of the Divine Realm Monument is. How extraordinary is he to be able to obtain the favor of the heavenly Tao." Lu Congzi and the others kept their word and followed closely behind without hesitation. When they saw that the man had challenged Yunxiao alone, they frowned at first, but then they thought about it and relaxed their brows. They each went to find an opponent to fight. Although Yunxiao was seriously injured and his strength had been greatly reduced, he was still the core figure and not easy to deal with, so he was happy to let him go first. Holding his sword, Yunxiao went up to them, feeling a little depressed. The title of the Master of Divine Realm Tablet would probably bring him a lot of trouble, and all of them were old monsters of this level. The other party did not attack with all his might, but only made a probing attack. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. The other party was not flustered or anxious, as if he was sparring with him. "Luo Qingyun, what are you doing?" Not far away, Wei Qing's angry shout came. His face was livid and he was furious. Luo Qingyun actually stepped forward and blocked his way. He held his spear and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Wei Qing. I'm indebted to Lady Lin and can't just sit by and do nothing." "Then what if you're indebted to me?" Wei Qing said coldly. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to reach level 10 divine blood. Do you think you have the right to stand here and talk to me? I've helped you several times, so we're even now," Luo Qingyun said. "Even? You are an ungrateful thing." Wei Qing was furious. "If I can raise you up, I can also suppress you." In his rage, a golden light rose from his palms and he slapped it out. Luo Qingyun didn't say a word. He held his spear horizontally in front of him and let him hit him. Bang bang sounds rang out, and rays of light scattered. Luo Qingyun only defended and didn't attack. The more Wei Qing fought, the angrier he became, but he had no choice but to vent his anger. Boom! The entire hall finally couldn't withstand the energy fluctuations of the chaotic battle and collapsed, turning into countless broken stones that scattered in all directions. Chu Hongyan and the other two girls were engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Congzi and his senior brothers. Yi and Ken were fighting intensely against Wei Wuya. Working together, they were forcing Feng Yaoli to retreat. Pang Yun was fighting with Ling Mu Di, while the weaker ones like Nan Fengxian were stopped by Beifeng Nan and his patrolling bulldog. Bu Zi and the other two also went to fight with the experts below the immortal state. The sky was shattered, and divine arts and ultimate skills were everywhere. Yun Xiao began to worry. Although they still had the upper hand, his opponent was extremely strange, as if he had no bottom. No matter what he did, he could only entangle himself. The strong were strong and the weak were also weak like paste. "Who are you?" Yun Xiao asked in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who it is. I only want your divine realm tablet. If you can give it to me, I'll turn around and leave." "Oh no, I'll turn around and help you deal with them." "How is it?" The corners of the man's mouth curled up into a smile, and the sword in his hand was waved in an extremely carefree manner. From the beginning to the end, it was just the simplest moves of stabbing, slashing, cutting, and so on without any order. Yun Xiao knew that it was because he had a very high understanding of the sword Dao that he could perform it so freely and smoothly. "I'm seriously injured," Yun Xiao said tentatively. "If you had used your full strength, you would have taken me down a long time ago. Why do you have to pretend to be kind? You're afraid of me, aren't you?" "Haha, Fear? Why should I be afraid? The man sneered, but his smile was a little stiff. Yunxiao's thoughts were immediately confirmed as he said, I also want to know what you're afraid of, and I want to know who you are even more. Knowing this won't do you any good. The man sneered. Yunxiao laughed. You're going to rob me of my divine realm tablet. What benefits do I expect? He said. The man's face turned ashen, and the sword in his hand lost its stability. Although it was still dancing without any gaps, it seemed to be a little sharp and impatient. You're not even willing to use your divine abilities? Are you afraid of being recognized? It seems you must be someone with a great background. Let me force out your identity. Yunxiao's face darkened as he opened the immemorial heavenly eye in his heart and sent out a fierce gust of wind. Roar! Not only was the wind extremely sharp, but it also produced the roar of a crocodile. The man's face darkened. He formed a seal with his left hand and slapped it. Bang! A mirror-like barrier formed in front of him, blocking the strong wind. The crocodile broke into pieces and turned into a tornado, but it still couldn't shake the enchantment. You're definitely not a divine sovereign realm expert. Yunxiao's face flickered. You're definitely not a divine sovereign realm expert. With the crocodile's abilities, even a divine sovereign justice realm expert would not be able to receive an attack so easily. This was a difference on two completely different levels. The man said slowly, It's hard not to tear it down. I just want the divine realm tablet. Why do you have to force me? Can you be any more shameless? The divine realm tablet is related to the fate of the heavenly martial realm. Even if I give it to you, do you dare to take it? Why wouldn't I dare? The man's eyes lit up, as if he was excited. All right, then you take it. Yunxiao held his right hand in front of him, and a brilliant white light rose as the divine realm tablet slowly flew out. He then retracted his right hand and slammed it hard on the tablet, knocking it away. Whoosh! The divine realm tablet immediately turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. What? The man was taken aback, then surprised and overjoyed. No longer paying attention to Yunxiao, he turned and flew away. At this moment, several shocked voices came from the sky. Divine realm tablet? Is that true? That's the strongest holy weapon in the heavenly martial arts realm, the one that's related to the fate of a realm. No way? He gave up so easily. I think that kid is quite strong. That brat must have known that he couldn't keep it, so he threw away the cart to save the king. Although he's useless, he's smart enough. After several voices, more than 10 rays of light appeared out of thin air and all flew toward the divine realm tablet. Yunxiao looked up at the sky in a daze and said in a speechless manner, throwing a stone to find the way. One red packet blew up all the lurkers. Even Lu Congzi and the others' pupils dilated. They no longer cared about the fierce battle and all flew to snatch the divine realm tablet. Nonsense! Ling Mudi shouted in shock and anger. How can you throw this away? Yunxiao shrugged helplessly and said, If I lose my life, what's the use of keeping it? Ling Mudi was speechless. Although Yunxiao's words made sense, he still felt very uncomfortable. He was also shocked by the fierce battle at the moment. He didn't expect that there were so many experts hidden in the sky. If the divine realm tablet hadn't appeared, these people would have waited until both sides were injured before they came out to take advantage of the situation. The leading man was also extremely depressed. Although he had guessed that there must be people hiding in the void, he didn't expect so many to be hidden. He angrily rebuked, Get lost! He changed the sword in his hand, and his power was much stronger than before. He rushed into the sky and instantly killed a returning to reality realm warrior. A piece of trash wants to get his hands on the divine realm tablet? Do you think this thing is a toy? All of you go to hell. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights were slashed across the sky. Bang! Bang! Another 2 weaker people exploded and died on the spot. The man descended like a god of death. Instantly, a cold air filled the sky, shocking many experts. Even Lu Congzi and Feng Yaoli were shocked, and their eyes flickered with fear. The divine realm tablet has appeared in the world, and the capable occupy it. Why can't we snatch it? An old man was unconvinced. He snorted angrily and rushed into the sky again. Only then did the rest of the people recover from their shock and fight to snatch it. The man was so anxious that he couldn't care about killing anymore. His figure changed several times and caught up with the crowd. My divine realm tablet. A man pounced on her like a hungry wolf pouncing on a wild rabbit, his eyes shining. Dozens of people rushed over at once, afraid that they would be one step slower. The leading man was shocked and angry. He teleported to the divine realm tablet and said excitedly, "My divine realm tablet." He also reached out to grab it, but the moment his palm touched the golden light, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? Could it be that I, Hao Feng, the sovereign of the world and the most talented one, can't get the divine realm tablet? What right does that Li Yunxiao have? His heart was filled with extreme jealousy and dissatisfaction. Suddenly, he cried out in his heart, "No, that's not it." The divine realm tablet, which was 1,000 feet long and made of green jade, suddenly changed into a mountain peak with 6 colors, and it crashed toward him. "Not good, we've been tricked." "Retreat." Hao Feng shouted in shock and suddenly retreated. However, the mountain suddenly became several times larger. The 6-colored light was like a vortex spinning around it, sucking everyone in. They were dizzy from the impact and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Hao Feng was also greatly alarmed, only feeling that the power of the earth was about to tear him apart. Clang! At this critical moment, a dazzling blade energy broke through the sky. It was like the first ray of light in the dark sky that lit up the entire sky. Boom! The 6-colored light of the Tusada heavenly peak was cut off by the saber radiance. What? Everyone was shocked and looked up at the sky in horror. After the light of the Tusada heavenly peak was cut off, the peak lost its color and rolled down from the sky with a rumble. The people who had been swept into the 6-colored light were also sent flying out, escaping the calamity. However, a few of the returning to reality realm masters were crushed and spat out blood. They could hardly fly. Li Yunxiao. Hao Feng's face was dark as he said coldly, "How dare you lie to me?" The killing intent on his body was piercingly cold. Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts and found it unbelievable. "You're Ying Luo, 4 kings," one of the experts suddenly exclaimed. Hao Feng's eyes turned cold as he glared at the man and slashed with the saber in his hand. Bang! The man didn't even have time to scream before he was cut in half. His internal organs and body fell to the ground. The entire sky quieted down. Everyone was intimidated by his fierceness and didn't dare to speak. Yunxiao was also shocked. He had been trying to force the other party to reveal his identity, but he did not expect him to have such a powerful background. He calmed down and laughed. He clapped his hands and praised, "Amazing, truly amazing. Did Mysterious Separation Island also want to snatch the Divine Realm Tablet? I've just met the Mist Rock Master and Yi Nantian of your island. May I know your name? If Island Master Yi Qingyu wants to take the Divine Realm Tablet, I can't fight him, so I have to give it to him with both hands." Pang Yuan was also sucked into the 6-colored light of the Tusada heavenly peak just now, so he was still frightened and wary of Yunxiao's danger. He snorted and said, "If I'm not wrong, he should be the King of Blades, Hao Feng." Pang Yuan was a little unwilling. He cupped his fists and said, "Since Mysterious Separation Island has interfered in the matter of the Divine Realm Tablet, I know my own limits. I will not fight for the Divine Realm Tablet. However, I still wanted to stake my luck on Fengzhen's tail feather. Could it be that Mysterious Separation Island has such a big appetite and wants to take all of them? That's right. I hope that Mysterious Separation Island will leave some soup for us to drink." Another Void Realm warrior said in a deep voice. That's right, that's right." The 10-odd experts in the sky all called out in agreement, saying, "Mysterious Separation Island can't be too overbearing. Take all the benefits for yourself, at least leave some soup for us. After all, it wasn't easy to come here, we can't have come for nothing." Hao Feng didn't say a word. His face was ashen. He held the treasured saber and stood there unmoving. He was unusually conflicted. He had originally wanted to blend in with the crowd and take advantage of the chaos to get his hands on the Divine Realm tablet without anyone knowing. Now that his identity had been exposed, he would be in big trouble. The golden ball of light flickered in the sky, and Lin's voice rang out. No wonder people know that I'm not in a good state. It's Lord Haofeng, one of the four kings. Did Yi Qingyu send you? He. Yi Qingyu is the only one in the entire eternal world who knows about my condition. I didn't expect to fall into his trap. The king of the eastern region, Haofeng's expression suddenly changed, and he said seriously, Lady Lin, you've misunderstood. The island master didn't know about this. I heard that the master of the Divine Realm tablet was coming, so I couldn't help but come to take a look. It was completely my personal act. Besides, I don't want to snatch the Divine Realm tablet. I just want to see what this legendary object looks like. Although everyone knew that it was just an excuse, it at least made one position clear, which was that neither Mysterious Separation Island nor Haofeng would openly oppose Yunxiao and Lin. Then, you've already seen it just now, Your Excellency. Are you satisfied? Yunxiao said. Haofeng was furious and grunted. Although it's an illusion, at least I know what it looks like. I'm satisfied. He was extremely depressed as he spoke viciously. It's late then, Yunxiao said. My lord, you can go back for dinner. You! Haofeng's face was pale with anger, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to look him in the eyes. Yunxiao, however, did not care. His right eye was still swollen like a pomegranate, and it had not recovered yet. The demonic energy in his left eye was churning, so he naturally did not fear his gaze. Good. As expected, every generation has its own talents. Since his identity had been exposed, he made a prompt decision and gave up his fantasy of the Divine Realm tablet. With a clang, Haofeng kept his saber and turned to leave. With a few steps, he disappeared into the void. Ha! Good job! Since the Mysterious Separation Island won't interfere in this matter, then this old man will take this Divine Realm tablet and the real tail feather of the Heavenly Phoenix. The Void Extreme Divine Realm old man laughed wildly. A ribbon in front of him kept spinning, and golden light came out of it. It was a long spear. Under the old man's incantation gesture, the spear spun on its own and suddenly shot down. Suddenly, waves of chilliness came from the sky. A blade energy slashed over from an infinite distance and instantly fell down, chopping at the old man. The old man was shocked. He quickly retracted his spear and used it as a shield. Bang! The light on the spear was dispersed by the blade energy. The old man spurted out blood and retreated in the air. This sudden change shocked everyone, and they looked at the void in horror. Haofeng, who had already disappeared, reappeared with his saber. He walked over step by step, and flowers bloomed under his feet with every step. Haofeng, didn't you give up? Don't tell me you're a despicable man who goes back on your word. The old man's face was covered in blood as he cursed in shock and anger. Haofeng said coldly, although I gave up on snatching the Divine Realm tablet, did I allow you to do so? You trash are not worthy to touch something that even I can't get. The old man's blood rushed to his heart, and his face turned red. He roared, What are you being so arrogant for? Even among the four kings, apart from the Misty Rock Lord, the other three are only at the Void Realm. I am also at the Void Realm, so why would I be afraid of you? It's good that you're not afraid. Don't be so hysterical. Let's fight. With a few steps, Haofeng was within 1,000 feet of the old man. The Nirvana blade in his hand flashed and a blade light cut through the sky, cutting open a hole. Sky-piercing slash. Dip flintlock. The old man was furious. He waved his spear and charged forward. Bang! The saber radiance once again shattered the spear aura. The battle spear let out a sad cry and actually broke in the air. Eft! The old man spurted out a mouthful of blood. After the saber cut off the spear, the slash landed on his body, causing blood to spurt out. Impossible! They're both at the Void Pinnacle stage, but how can the difference be so great? The old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. The knife wound on his chest went straight into his bones. It was a ghastly sight. That only means that you've fed all your cultivation to the dogs. Hao Feng sneered. The old man's entire body trembled. Seeing Hao Feng walking over step by step, he was finally afraid. He let out a loud cry and turned into a beam of light to escape. Trash, you only know you're leaving now? What were you doing earlier? The corner of Hao Feng's mouth flashed with disdain. The Yuan Nirvana blade rose again, and a jade-colored blade light streaked across the sky. With a chi sound, the old man was cut into 2 pieces, and blood splattered across the sky. This time, everyone was scared half to death. A Void Extreme God Realm expert was cut to death by him in 3 blades just like that. Everyone's expression changed. Hao Feng raised his saber and put it on his shoulder, then said to Yun Xiao and the others, "You guys can leave. With me here, let's see who dares to have any ideas about the Divine Realm tablet." Yun Xiao was so shocked that he could not speak. "Why are you helping me?" A cold look flashed across Hao Feng's face as he snorted. "If I can't get the Divine Realm tablet, how can these pieces of trash get it? I don't want you to die here and the Divine Realm tablet to be taken away by these dregs." When the people around him heard this, their faces darkened. He had scolded everyone in one go, and no one had a good expression. "That's it?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "Is that simple?" "It's that simple," Hao Feng said coldly. Everyone's expressions changed, and they glared at him, but they didn't dare to make a move. "Thank you." Yun Xiao cupped his fists and said, "But the time of Langya Heaven is not up yet, so we can't go out for the time being." Hao Feng said, "The eternal world is open. Langya Heaven will never close again. Soon, the Mystery Land will merge with the heavenly martial arts realm. There will be no distinction between them. You won't be able to enter or leave this place, and this place will be the realm of heavenly martial arts." "Then how are we going to leave this place?" Yun Xiao asked, stunned. "This is the northernmost part of the heavenly martial arts realm," Hao Feng said. "If you go south, you'll be able to return to the heavenly martial continent. This eternal world will be like the outer space." Yun Xiao looked around, feeling a little embarrassed. If he and the others flew away from this place, these people would inevitably follow them, which would be really difficult to deal with. Within the golden ball of light, Lin suddenly said, "I have a transboundary teleportation formation here that can send you out directly and land you on the heavenly martial continent randomly." "That's good. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yun Xiao was overjoyed. Lin was silent. Hao Feng looked at the golden ball and said indifferently, "Even though it's a small world, the amount of energy required to teleport across worlds is unimaginable. Can Lady Lin still do it?" When Yun Xiao heard that, he immediately understood the key. If he used it, even Lin would have to pay a great price. "That's too troublesome," he said immediately. "Forget it. Let's just go south. It's a bit far, but it won't take long with my escape techniques. It won't take much time for you to travel south openly, but you'll be in trouble," Hao Feng said. "I'll escort you." He placed the saber on his shoulder and led the way. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of him and blocked his way. "Who is it?" Hao Feng's eyes flickered and he said coldly. The man chuckled and said unhurriedly, "I am Lu Congzi, the chief alchemist of the heavenly martial continent. Do you want to die?" Hao Feng asked. "Damn, how can that be?" Lu Congzi said gloomily. "Then you came forward to court death?" Hao Feng sneered. "Please don't say that, my lord," Lu Congzi said with a smile. "You'll scare me. You talk too much nonsense." Hao Feng lost his patience. He waved the Nirvana saber on his shoulder, and the saber light shot toward Lu Congzi. Bang! The gold and silver truncheons appeared in Lu Congzi's hands, and he was forced back thousands of feet before he stopped. He was shocked. "What?" Hao Feng's eyes also revealed a strange look, and he said, "You're not bad." He walked over step by step. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. He had fought with Lu Congzi before, so he knew that he had never seen the latter use his full strength. At this moment, D2 had taken out the gold Jian and the silver swordbreaker. It seemed like they were about to get serious. However, even though Lu Congzi was powerful, he had always been cautious. Did he think that he had the ability to deal with Hao Feng? one of the four kings? Yunxiao could not help but feel a little strange. Back in the ancient devil's well, Lu Congzi's strength was so freakishly strong that he had almost killed Chu Shangfeng and himself. Fortunately, the true fiend Dharma body had absorbed all the devil qi in the well and used the 3,000 worlds of suppression and fansha to save their lives. But Yunxiao still felt that there was a gap between him and Haofeng. Hee. Lu Congzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been slightly injured by the attack just now. I wanted to make the last move, but it seems that these motley crew are unreliable. In this day and age, no matter what you do, you still have to rely on yourself. Are you teaching me how to behave? Haofeng asked. Lu Congzi chuckled. I'll just take it as that. Actually, it's just some of my life's thoughts. It's free. Haofeng grinned hideously and raised his saber. But how can I listen to your teachings for no reason? I'll give you a stab as the tuition. Sky-piercing slash. The saber energy tore through the air and covered 1,000 miles. Layers of space were shattered. It was the strongest saber. Lu Congzi's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to take the saber head-on, so he retreated in the air and used all kinds of body techniques to avoid it, but to no avail. Under pressure, he stacked the two truncheons in front of him and struck out. Boom! The golden and silver truncheons were split into two in the air. Lu Congzi was injured again and was forced to retreat. Yunxiao rested his chin on his right hand and began to observe carefully. The experts present were watching the fight between the two while locking their divine senses on him, afraid that he would escape. Lu Congzi covered his chest with his right hand, as if he had suffered a serious injury. He smiled bitterly and said, "Can't you be more patient? Patience is a very precious thing. I never give it to my minions." Haofeng ignored him and continued to walk forward. He was like an extremely sharp blade, invincible. The fact that Lu Congzi was able to take two of his slashes without being defeated had already made everyone look at him in a new light. Alright, since the Saber King likes to play so much, then this old man will play along. Lu Congzi's eyes turned cold, and he casually scattered a ray of light, which turned out to be dozens of long nails that shot over. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out, "Be careful of those long nails. There's a 10-directional brutal soul inside." What? Everyone was shocked. The experts in the Eternal World all knew about the demon-sealing war and what the 10-directional evil spirit was, but they had never seen it before, so they could not help but widen their eyes in curiosity. Haofeng had wanted to cut off these nails with one strike, but when he heard Yunxiao's words, he put away his saber and watched quietly as the long nails fell around him and arranged themselves in the 36 Tiangang array. Ha ha ha! Lu Congzi couldn't help but laugh when he saw the heavenly stars formation. Haha, Lord Haofeng must be very curious, right? TSK. Curiosity kills the cat. This has been the case since ancient times. Haofeng squinted his eyes and nodded. Yes, I'm really curious. Quickly release it and let me see. As you wish. Lu Congzi sneered. He took out a flag and waved it in his hand. Tens of millions of runes immediately flew out. The 36 long nails immediately manifested and turned into iron pillars, embedded in the air. A ball of demonic qi condensed on each pillar, gradually turning into 10-sided fierce spirit fiends, dormant on the iron pillars. The fierce qi was threatening. Haofeng's gaze swept over them one by one, and his expression changed slightly, saying, 36 true God Realm warriors. Yunxiao's face turned even uglier as he said in surprise, "What's going on? These 36 10-directional vicious fiends seem to be much stronger than last time." "We're in big trouble," Ling Mudi said. "We're still in the Eternal World. It's an independent space. There's no power of the world here." Yunxiao immediately understood and said in shock, "Does this mean that Tao Wu's 36 evil spirits can unleash their full power and surpass the power of a return to reality realm master?" In the ancient Devil's Well, the Devil King Yi had once said that the realm power of the Devil Realm was of a higher level than that of the heavenly martial realm. Therefore, the strength of the creatures of the Devil Realm was stronger than that of the creatures of the heavenly martial realm according to the corresponding level. Lingmu Di said in a deep voice. Back in the ancient Devil's Well, you could rely on the Divine Realm Tablet to trigger the realm power to suppress them. I wonder how you are doing now, but don't use it casually. Once the Divine Realm Tablet appears, it will be even more chaotic, and there will be people around who are eyeing it covetously. Yunxiao nodded and said, I'll recover from my injuries as soon as possible. With Hao Feng's strength, he should be able to put up a fight. It's hard to say who will live and who will die. Lu Congzi's face lost its kind look and became evil. He licked his tongue and said, This is the second time I've summoned them. Last time, my master and Li Yunxiao taught them a lesson together, and I've been working hard to train them, so I didn't train them for nothing. Today, I'll use the Saber King to practice my skills. You gave me a fright. Hao Feng snorted coldly. Turns out that you're a piece of trash that even Li Yunxiao can't defeat. I don't know if we can capture these things alive, so we can study them, he said while holding his chin. Haha, my lord, you're thinking too much. It's already a blessing to be able to return alive. You just gave me 2 stabs as the tuition fee, so I have to teach you something decent. Otherwise, people will think I'm a liar. Lu Congzi's face was full of sarcasm. He waved the flag in his hand, and the fiendish souls coiled on the iron pillars immediately flew up and roared as they rushed toward Hao Feng. The Nirvana Saber's blade light flashed, and in an instant, he slashed out 36 times, accurately hitting each fierce soul fiend. Wah wah! Countless strange cries came from the sky. Those evil spirits were instantly cut in half, but they were not affected. In an instant, they merged together and pounced over again. Elemental body? Hao Feng frowned slightly. It was very troublesome to encounter such a physique. Although it was not immortal, it would take a lot of effort to kill it. He a few runes with 1 Nana Ana slap them on the PA. Suddenly, a bright light shot up into the sky and illuminated for 1,000 feet. Saber Realm's death. Bang! A trembling sound came from the Nirvana blade. Suddenly, a terrifying power burst out and the 36 evil spirits were instantly cut into pieces. The 36 iron pillars were also lifted up by the Saber Realm, and they exploded with a series of bang 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 sounds. What terrifying power! The Saber King is actually this strong. We're both at the Void Extreme Divine Realm. Is there really such a huge difference? He killed 36 10-directional vicious fiends with a single saber strike. I'm afraid that even the Misty Rock Lord is only at this level. All sorts of discussions broke out. They were all shocked by the power of that blade, and all of them had lingering fear. The faces of Feng Yaoli, Wei Wuya, and the other experts turned pale, and they looked extremely fearful. Lu Congzi's mouth was also wide open in shock. These 36 fierce fiends had not even had time to exert their power, and they had been killed just like that? He was a little confused. Wisps of demonic chi floated in the sky like long hair. They were the pure demonic essence left behind after the fierce souls were destroyed. After an ordinary brutal soul was killed, its body would explode into countless lower-level fiends. Only after the fiend died would it turn into the purest demonic essence. However, these brutal souls would return to their bodies directly under the Saber Realm's calamity. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He had clearly seen the saber move just now with his magical spirit eyes. Hao Feng's power increased several times in an instant, and the power of his Saber World's death was no less than that of the Misty Rock Lord. He must have used a secret technique to instantly raise his strength to the creation realm. After that slash, Yunxiao could see that Hao Feng's true essence had dropped sharply under the observation of his spirit eyes. Although he was still pretending to be worthless on the surface, in reality, he had probably consumed more than half of his true essence. At this moment, the devil essence that filled the sky was scattered like hair, covering the sky. This was the demonic essence of 36 10-directional brutal souls. Each 10-directional brutal soul was comparable to the true fiend Dharma body he had lost in the past. This is a good opportunity. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He suddenly performed an incantation gesture with both hands and cast the 1 chi of fate at the same time. Suddenly, the devil essence was like rivers being swallowed by him. The scene was spectacular, and many people were dumbfounded. Lu Zongzi was also taken aback, and his eyes were filled with fear. Yunxiao was a man who had absorbed the demon monarch's avatar and could control the six paths demonic weapons. Under the attack of Hao Feng's saber world, even the fiend energy's hostility was gone, and it had become Yunxiao's tonic. Hao Feng lifted his saber and carried it on his shoulder. He continued walking toward Lu Zongzi and said, "What other moves do you have? The 10-directional evil spirit isn't enough, but if there are things like demon lords and demon masters, release a few for a country bumpkin like me to see." It was only then that Lu Zongzi withdrew his thoughts from Yunxiao and gasped. Facing Hao Feng's approach, he retreated another few thousand feet. "If there are no more tricks to watch, this king will not play with you. Scum, go to the heavens." The Nirvana blade suddenly slashed down. Another blade light condensed in the sky and slashed down. Lu Zongzi's face was extremely gloomy. A white light appeared on his face, and a soil-like shell suddenly formed. One side was white and the other side was black. The Tai Chi fish-like mask covered his face, leaving only two eyes exposed. The pupils in his eyes suddenly became strange, slowly turning into pitch-black demonic pupils. The silver sword breaker suddenly burst with a strong light, and countless runes on it were unsealed and blasted toward the blade energy. Boom! Isher's silver light was extinguished by the saber light, and the Gang Chi continued to strike down. Lu Zongzi held Imperial Butcher Golden Flame in front of him and took the saber light head-on. Bang! Another huge tremor occurred, and Lu Zongzi was sent flying hundreds of feet away. This time, he didn't look as pathetic as before. Instead, he seemed to be floating, as if he had taken the initiative to retreat and dissipate the power of the blade. Lu Zongzi chuckled and said, "Lord Saber King, what's wrong with the continuation? Did you wake up too early to grab the Divine Realm tablet and forget to have breakfast?" The Tai Chi pattern on the mask seemed to be spinning. Everyone was dizzy from watching, and they hurriedly closed their eyes in shock, not daring to look anymore. Hao Feng was also slightly shocked. He didn't dare to look at the mask, but he was too embarrassed to turn his head away. It would make him look like he was afraid of the other party and lose face. He had no choice but to lower his eyes and look at Lu Zongzi's feet. He said coldly, "I've already had breakfast, but I didn't add an egg, so I didn't replenish my energy. The biggest lesson I learned from that knife just now is that I must have a good breakfast before I have the strength to kill." "That's a pity. This realization is really painful," Lu Zongzi said regretfully. "Remember to have a good breakfast in your next life." "Are you blaming me for not sending you to heaven with one strike?" Hao Feng laughed out loud. "I apologize for this. It won't happen again." The Nirvana blade was placed horizontally in front of him, and the rings of blade light disappeared like bubbles. He was completely immersed in the blade light. With just a glance, he felt that his eyes were cut out. Many people were shocked and hurriedly retreated tens of thousands of feet to avoid being affected by the blade. Lu Zongzi's pupils also constricted. His expression couldn't be seen behind the mask, but his entire person seemed a little unreal under the rainbow stone mask. A voice suddenly came from behind him. "TSK, TSK, as expected. I can't believe there's such a place in the realm of heavenly martial arts that's completely unaffected by the realm's power." A demonic shadow condensed behind Lu Zongzi, turning into a human figure that kept growing larger and larger, like a giant in the sky. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise. This was indeed a true fiend Dharma body. But the giant spirit was very ordinary and did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Moreover, there was a sneer on its face, which made it look very intelligent. "Something's wrong. That's not a true demon avatar. Something doesn't seem right." Yunxiao shook his head. He was very familiar with the true fiend Dharma body, and he immediately sensed the difference. The true devil giant spirit's pupils contracted as it stared at Hao Feng and the saber radiance around him. "So strong." Lu Zongzi's eyes were still cold as he said, "If you're not strong, why would I summon you? Hee hee. This time you found a good place for me to show off my skills." The giant true devil chuckled and suddenly formed a seal with its hands. One of its arms suddenly became huge and thick, It let out a loud roar and smashed down from the sky, its fist like a meteor. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he cried out, "Demon Lord!" He discovered that the true devil spirit's eyes and expression were completely different from Lu Congzi's. As the saying goes, appearance comes from the heart. When a demonic technique forms a true demonic giant spirit, the giant spirit's expression will be affected by its master, producing a unified expression and action. Lu Congzi and the true devil giant spirit were two completely different entities. A dark, cold light shot out of Lu Congzi's pupils, passing Haofeng and shooting straight at Yunxiao. Yunxiao suppressed the shock in his heart and said lightly, "Mr. Chief, why are you staring at me? Is it really good to keep pulling the demon lord out of the demon world?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Congzi in horror. If Yunxiao's words were true, didn't this man collude with the devil world? Humph! Lu Congzi grunted, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He made up his mind that he would not let Yunxiao go this time. Is this the demon lord? Haofeng's eyes also flashed with surprise. The saber in his hand flashed, and he immediately slashed out a huge saber energy. Boom! The punch suddenly exploded into countless demonic chi, which was sent flying by the saber force. The demonic chi flew in the air and cried out. At the same time, the power of the saber energy did not decrease. It suddenly fell from the sky and chopped off the demon lord's shoulders and arms. The demonic monarch's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock and anger. Impossible! Without the suppression of the realm power, our demonic monarch is far superior to you Void Realm warriors. Why can't my fist defeat him? Can you do it or not? Lu Congzi asked in a deep voice. This person is not an ordinary Void Realm warrior. I'm afraid that he is a top master in the Void Realm. I see. Only then did the shock on the demon lord's face slowly return to normal. His severed shoulder trembled and immediately shot out countless rays of black light, like a black waterfall. Each of them shot towards the demonic fiends and passed through them. Shwa shwa shwa. Demon fiend flew in the air and cried out. He was pulled back by the black hair and was completely absorbed into the demonic monarch's body. His broken arm was restored once again. The demonic monarch roared at the sky, and his massive body continued to shrink until he was the size of an ordinary person. The demon lord looked at the nearby Bo Yuqing and said, "Gee, you come out too. This person is a little tricky. I'm afraid I can't deal with him." Bo Yuqing frowned, but he still made a hand seal with one hand. Behind him, violent demonic chi surged into the sky like Lu Congzi, slowly condensing into a demonic lord. He glanced around and said, "Is this the heavenly martial arts realm?" Everyone was greatly shocked. Two demon lords had actually appeared. Lingmu Di's face also turned ugly. These two demon lords had passed through the boundary wall of the demon world. It hadn't been long since Bo Yuqing went to the ancient devil's well. They seemed to have mastered a way to let the demon lord pass through quickly. If that was the case, the danger was great. It would be fine if it was only in Lu Congzi's hands, but once it went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is the realm of heavenly martial arts, but it's a special place. There's only a weak realm power here, and it can't suppress you and me, the previous demon Lord Chang said. Lu Congzi? Lingmu Di said coldly. Do you know that you're playing with fire? Lu Congzi glanced at Lingmu Di and sneered. A mere puppet. I don't know what kind of cat or dog you are, but you dare to speak to me? Ji's eyes fell on Yunxiao, who instantly sucked away all the fiend energy in the sky. Ji's body swelled up and was covered in fiend patterns. This person's MO skills are very orthodox. He seems to be very difficult to deal with. Ji frowned. This person absorbed part of the demon monarch's power, Lu Congzi said. Not only did he inherit some of the monarch skills, but he can also use the Six Paths demonic weapon. What? The two demon lords were shocked, and their faces were completely distorted. They landed on Lu Congzi's left and right, their faces almost touching his. They said in a cold voice, "You're not lying to us?" Lu Congzi seemed to be a little unhappy. He pushed the two of them away and said, "Do I need to lie to you too? Moreover, our cooperation isn't something that can be done overnight. It's for the sake of our future. He was the one who chased the church away. Yi's strength is not below us, but the ancient devil well is suppressed by the power of the world, so it can't exert much power. It's normal for him to escape back to the devil world. Chang said indifferently, but his eyes were completely fixed on Yunxiao, and he ignored Hao Feng. It seems like I've been underestimated, Hao Feng sneered. He raised his saber and walked toward Lu Congzi and the two demon lords with a threatening saber chi. Ji's gaze swept across everyone and he said in a deep voice, "How can the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts be so powerful? These people aren't easy to deal with. These people are all the top powerhouses in this world," Lu Congzi said with a smile. "Besides, not all of them are enemies." With a flip of his hand, he took out two battle sabers that glowed with cold light. He handed them to the two demon lords and said, "This is one of the conditions I agreed to. It's a profound level weapon specially made for you." "Oh, it's good stuff indeed." The two of them were overjoyed. They took the knife and carefully observed it. The alchemy of the heavenly martial arts realm is indeed far superior to that of the devil realm, Changzan said. "Although this saber is not as good as the one in the hand of this man, it is still a top-grade weapon. Lord Chang, if you can snatch the Nirvana origin saber of the Saber King, won't it be yours?" Lu Congzi laughed. "Well said." Chang Jiang waved the blade in his hand and injected devil chi into it. Immediately, the devil marks on the blade flickered and let out a joyful sound of drinking blood. "Ha ha ha! Snatching my Nirvana essence. How many years has it been since I've heard such arrogant words?" Hao Feng's figure moved, and he slashed over with his saber. Bang! Chang responded with a saber strike. As the two sabers trembled, the two of them were knocked back more than 10 zhang. Hao Feng's expression changed drastically. For many years, no one other than Creation Realm experts could block the saber in his hand. He hated the fact that he had used too much true essence to kill the 36 10-directional deadly fiends, and each slash had weakened his strength. Now that Ma Qiang's strength was on par with his, and these demons had elemental bodies, it would be troublesome if they continued to fight. "It seems that Lord Chang is more than enough to deal with the Saber King alone," Lu Congzi said with a smile. "We can deal with Li Yunxiao without worry." His eyes fell on Wei Qing and the old monsters in the eternal world. His face turned kind and he laughed. "Are you all planning to leave? Or do you want to make this old man your enemy?" Wei Qing frowned and said, "If we don't leave, we're enemies? I can't even stay and watch." "Of course not." Lu Congzi shook his head. "This old man hates those who take advantage of the situation the most. I don't want Brother Wuya and Lord Wei Qing to steal the fruits of this old man's victory." "Lu Congzi, did you really open the demonic door?" Wei Wuya asked with a grave expression. "Aren't you afraid of getting burned playing with fire?" Lu Congzi laughed. "I'm not sure if I'm playing with fire. Secondly, this has nothing to do with you two. You just need to give me an answer now." Wei Wuya found it hard to make a decision. So he looked at Wei Qing and decided to let him make the decision. Wei Qing sighed in his heart. Thinking of this trip to the eternal world, he was very dejected and had a strong sense of defeat. With his cultivation, he could command the wind and clouds in the heavenly martial arts realm. But once he entered the realm of everlasting life, he would not be able to deal with any minions. Under the gaze of so many experts, it was extremely unlikely for them to snatch the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather and the divine realm tablet. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Let's go." Right now, he only wanted to return to the holy region as soon as possible to enter seclusion and fully comprehend the yin-yang chi bottle so that he could break through to the divine sovereign realm as soon as possible. After he said this, he brought his people and flew towards the south. Luo Qingyun stood still, and Wei Qing didn't call out to him or even look at him. Wei Qing knew that the gap between their cultivation levels made it impossible for him to order him around. Nearly 10 people were gone in an instant. Lu Congzi smiled and said, "Wei Qing, a wise man submits to circumstances. I wonder what about the rest of you?" Yunxiao opened his eyes and said coldly, "Everyone here is an expert of their era. How can you scare them away with just a few words? How can you raise your head in the future? Some of the powerhouses who wanted to leave blushed when they heard this and were too embarrassed to leave. Moreover, you colluded with the Devil Realm and danced with the Devil King in public. Xianxia continued. You are the natural enemy of the entire heavenly martial realm, and everyone has the right to kill you. Do you think you can make the powerhouses work for you with such immature instigation? Lu Zongzi laughed. Are you insulting your own intelligence or the intelligence of everyone else? He said seriously, everyone, we're all extremely smart people. If we stay, what are the chances of us getting the Divine Realm Tablet or the Heavenly Phoenix Feather? Was it worth it to lose his life for such a small probability? Anyone who stays is an enemy of me, Lu Zongzi. My attitude towards my enemies has always been as cold and ruthless as the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. His demonic eyes looked around, and everyone's heart trembled in fear of the strange killing intent and the soul-sucking power of the rainbow stone mask. Their palms turned cold. A few people couldn't withstand this spiritual attack and turned around to leave with a muffled groan, no longer caring about their face. Feng Yaoli exchanged a look with him and snorted coldly. His eyes glowed with golden light, and the ancient Maha character appeared in his eyes. He was using the true primordial skill to resist the strange force. He was confident that even if he was defeated in the end, he would be able to escape. The remaining experts either turned their bodies or lowered their heads, not daring to look at him in the eye. In the end, in addition to Xianxia, Feng Yaoli, and the others, there were 7 other experts who stayed. One of them was a Void Divine Realm expert, and the other 6 were all Divine Sovereign Realm experts. The Void Extreme God Realm expert said slowly, This friend's words are indeed reasonable, but this old man's life is coming to an end. If I leave, I'll die. If I stay, there's still a glimmer of hope to live. This choice is not difficult. The other 6 people looked at each other, and one of them said, Our situation is similar. We don't have enough lifespan left. Rather than living for another 10 years, we might as well fight. I understand everyone's choice. Lu Zongzi nodded and said, I'd probably do the same if I were you. This old man takes back what he just said. Those who stay are all enemies. After all, we have a common goal, and we should be allies in the same boat. He had thought that he could scare away the idlers, but who knew that there were 7 more who were so desperate? In this way, with Feng Yaoli's help, it was impossible for him to defeat all of them with his current strength. Therefore, he swallowed back the words he had just said. TSK, I'm impressed. As expected of the great chief. I'm very impressed. Xianxia clapped his hands and praised. You can eat your own shit so smoothly. You look so kind and calm. You can even eat your shit so smoothly. I won't be able to catch up to this level of cultivation even if I cultivate for a few hundred years. I'm truly impressed. Lu Zongzi's expression didn't change as he said slowly, You'll die today without a doubt, so why do you need to argue? Was it because he was unwilling to see his fate end? As a martial sovereign, can't you die in a more graceful manner? What? Xianxia was stunned. You're eating shit in front of all the heroes in the world, and you say I'm ungentlemanly? Did he have to eat shit like the chief to be gentlemanly? Hee. Then I'd rather not have a demeanor for the rest of my life. Lu Zongzi finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He snorted and said, Don't talk nonsense. Everyone, the Divine Realm Tablet and the Heavenly Phoenix Feather are with this kid. Let's kill him first and distribute the treasures after we get them. The Void Extreme God Realm expert shook his head and said, I don't think that's a good idea. If we kill Xianxia first, then this chief will kill us, and who can stop him? We won't make a move. We'll wait until both sides are heavily injured before we take the advantage. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness when they heard this. Only the 6 Divine Sovereign Justice Realm experts who had stayed behind nodded in agreement. The 7 of them had unconsciously formed a united front. These words were exactly what everyone was thinking, but they were more or less reserved and were too embarrassed to say it out loud. Xianxia thought, It seems that I've underestimated the shamelessness of these old foxes. However, after living for so long, what hadn't he experienced? All those false reputations were just floating clouds. Only life and benefits were real. Lu Zongzi was also a little speechless. He said gloomily, "You're not making a move, but you're hoping that I'll make a move? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would take the lead for others?" The Void Extreme God Realm expert said indifferently, "If the head doesn't make a move, then forget it, we'll just delay it. This old man might not be able to afford to delay it for 8 to 10 years, but a year or so is not a problem." Lu Zongzi's eyes were filled with anger. These 7 old foxes and wily old foxes were acting like they were gangsters and were afraid of nothing. It seemed like they were sure to eat him up. "Haha, Lu Zongzi, you're underestimating the intelligence of the people in the world." Yunxiao could not help but laugh. If the 3 sides were in a deadlock, the situation would only be in his favor. Lu Zongzi's angry eyes slowly became clear. He sneered and said, "Li Yunxiao, you've underestimated my intelligence. If you think that you'll be able to escape with your life by doing this, you're gravely mistaken. You're not willing to help because you're afraid I'll take it all for myself," he said in a choked voice. "Moreover, all of you are aiming for the Heavenly Phoenix's plume. So I'll give up on the Heavenly Phoenix's real tail plume and only ask for the Divine Realm tablet. This way, there won't be any conflict between us, and our core interests will be the same." Yunxiao's face changed drastically, while the eyes of the other 7 lit up. The Void Extreme Divine Realm expert said joyfully, "Is this true?" "Naturally," Lu Zongzi replied with a smile. "I only want the Divine Realm tablet and his body. Although the Heavenly Phoenix feather is precious, it's not necessary, so it doesn't matter if I give up." "Have you all forgotten that he just ate back his words?" Yunxiao said sarcastically. "Do you believe the promise made by such a person?" The Void Extreme God Realm expert nodded. "Mr. Director's integrity is indeed a problem. Li Yunxiao, why don't you give us the true tail feather of the Heavenly Phoenix, and we'll turn around and leave? We'll never be your enemies again." "I'm sorry," Yunxiao refused. "Since I've already eaten this plume, there's no reason for me to give it back. Now that the 10 rules of the Heavenly Martial Arts realm reappeared, you can get a great opportunity as long as you go out. Why do you have to stay and gamble with your lives? With all due respect, teaming up with Lu Zongzi is like asking a tiger for its skin, and you'll never have a good end. And going against this young master will similarly not have a good end. With the 2 of them in place, all of you will definitely die." These 7 people had completely become unstable factors. Neither Lu Zongzi nor Yunxiao wanted them to stay, and they wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. "Haha, Sir Pajun is afraid." Lu Zongzi smiled. "The only long-term solution is to have a win-win situation for everyone. You're the only one who gets to eat all the good things. How can you live in harmony? If I, Lu Zongzi, am willing to give up benefits, I can win the hearts of the people." The Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather was extremely important to Feini, and Yunxiao could not give it up. That would put him in danger, and if these people J01 NEA Rorses, NE would de Ariadia Witnout question. At this moment, Hao Feng and Ma Qiang were fighting in an earth-shattering manner. They had the upper hand at the beginning, but now they had lost all of it and were almost tied. It was almost impossible for Hao Feng to kill Ma Qiang, but Ma Qiang was in a life-and-death battle and could not escape. The chief is right, a win-win situation is the long-term plan. Since you don't know what's good for you, then we won't be polite. The Void Extreme God Realm old man's face turned cold, and his killing intent burst out. The other 6 people were also on guard, ready to attack at any time. Yunxiao looked at Feng Yaoli, then suddenly smiled and said, "Your Majesty?" "What?" Feng Yaoli said coldly. "Don't tell me you're thinking that I'll save you? Didn't you want the ruling plume? If it falls into Lu Zongzi's hands, he'll most likely have to go back and refine it." Feng Yaoli frowned. Lu Zongzi hurriedly said, "Lord Monarch, please don't listen to his provocation. Lord Yuri won't be in any danger with me. I just want to cure him. Do you believe that, Your Majesty?" Yunxiao sneered. "I don't believe you." "Even if I don't believe you," Feng Yaoli said, "you want me to work for you based on this? That's too childish. I don't like to talk to shallow and childish people. Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, I'll understand what your majesty means. If you help me kill that Mo Junji, I'll give you the remnant soul of Huado. Feng Yaoli's pupils contracted, and he asked, Really? However, the demon lord is extremely powerful. I can't kill him. How about this? I'll behead these 7 people who are at the end of their lifespans for you. The 7 men's expressions changed drastically, and all of them became alert at once. They glared at Feng Yaoli with unquenchable anger and murderous intent. No, that won't do. These 7 lackeys will definitely die as soon as they come up. There's no need for the king to act. Yunxiao shook his head in disagreement. The faces of those 7 people had turned green. It was the first time in their lives that they had been treated like trash, and they were all burning with anger. Then you want me to do something I can't do? Feng Yaoli said coldly. Aren't you deliberately extorting me? I wouldn't dare. Yunxiao said. There is only one such soul fragment in the world. If you miss it, you won't have another one. Please think twice, my lord. Your Majesty, don't be fooled by him, Lu Congzi hurriedly said. As long as we kill Yunxiao, everything he has will be ours. I won't take Huado's soul, so I'll naturally give it to the king with both hands. If your Majesty thinks so, Yunxiao said, I won't be able to live anyway. The first thing I'll do is to destroy my remnant soul. He even glanced at the 7 people and said, Similarly, if I really can't win, I'll destroy the remnant soul and burn the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather. Hehe. Do you think that after killing me, I'll still leave you with good things? What an idiot. The Divine Realm Tablet is a holy weapon of a realm, and I don't have the ability to destroy it. If Lu Congzi wins this battle, he'll be the only one to benefit. The 7 of them were instantly stunned, and they stood there dumbly. That's right. If the other party couldn't even keep his life, why would he leave a treasure for him? Then what was it that I risked my life for? The 7 of them were in a daze, and all of them wavered. Don't you do anything stupid, Feng Yaoli shouted in anger. Otherwise, this lord will make you die without a burial place. That Mo Junji's strength is extraordinary. I don't have absolute confidence in winning. Why don't you give me Huado's remnant soul? I'll be able to use the sky sealing seal to suppress him. Pay first? Yunxiao said coldly. Pay first and then work? How did you become a monarch with such an IQ? Or are you bullying me on purpose? Ahem. Feng Yaoli coughed twice. It's indeed a little too much. How about this? I'll kill Lu Congzi for you. What do you think? Feng Yaoli, don't you want Luan Yu's life anymore? Lu Congzi said angrily. It's good that I can have it, Feng Yaoli sneered. But compared to the remnant soul of Huado, Luan Yu's life is not worth much. Damn slave. You don't have any morality. Lu Congzi was so angry that he started cursing. Feng Yaoli's expression changed drastically. As the ruler of a country and an expert of this era, he had never been scolded like this. He said coldly, You're really looking for death this time. Yunxiao weighed the pros and cons, then nodded and said, All right, if the monarch can kill Lu Congzi, then Huado's remnant soul will be yours. At the same time, he sneered, The chief actually talks about morality with others? It's really shocking. After this battle, the whole world will know that you colluded with the Devil Realm, and the Sea of Soul Formation will probably become the center of the storm in the world. Lu Congzi's face was livid. This era is no longer the same as before, he snorted. So what if you're a human, a demon, or a devil? All the living beings in the world are born from Tao. Tao has no superiority, no righteousness, no evil, no good or bad. Hearing this, Lingmu Di scolded. This is an invasion by an outsider. They are like fire and water with the people of our realm. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Moreover, you are the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation. Invade, Lu Congzi said disdainfully. It might have been 100,000 years ago, but now which eye of yours saw the demon race invading? Just because they invaded 100,000 years ago, do they have to invade now? This by an Lingmu Di was also dumbfounded. Yes, they had invaded 100,000 years ago. Would they definitely invade now? He could not answer this question. Lord Mog. Lu Zongzi laughed coldly. Are you planning to invade the realm of heavenly martial arts? Mog chuckled. How is that possible? 100 years ago it was the Demon Lord Emperor's ambition, and the Emperor also paid a painful price. Most of the demons were peace-loving, such as me. However, if someone bullies this lord, then this lord will naturally not be peaceful. Nonsense, Yunxiao said. How could Lord Lu Zongzi be sure that they wouldn't hack it? Just by the words of this demon lord. The demons committed such a dangerous act 100,000 years ago, he said seriously. This proves that the demons themselves are extremely aggressive and dangerous. As the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation, Lord Lu Zongzi has rashly made contact with the creatures of the demon realm and even formed an alliance with them without being sure of the characteristics of the current demon race. He has become the public enemy of the entire heavenly martial arts realm. You want to use the entire realm of heavenly martial arts to suppress me? Lu Zongzi said coldly. Dream on. Humph. He flicked his sleeve and snorted. It seems that the chief is the most dangerous person lurking in the heavenly martial realm, Yunxiao said with a sneer. Fortunately, we were exposed early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There's still time to patch things up if I get rid of you now. Feng Yaoli pulled out his sword and swept it across the sky. He shouted, Then it's a deal. I'll take Lu Zongzi's life in exchange for Huidou's remnant soul. The ice sword shot out tens of thousands of ice shards, and the sky was instantly frozen. The power of the country poured down. Damn it! I'd like to see who will take whose life. Shut up! Lu Zongzi shouted angrily and put his two truncheons together in front of him in a defensive stance. He stepped lightly and retreated, avoiding the sword. Lord Ji, junior brother, he shouted at the same time. I'll leave Yunxiao to you. Facing Feng Yaoli, he could not afford to be distracted. He had to go all out. Bang! The two maces collided with the sword energy, and he immediately felt his arms go numb. He was forced to retreat. Although Feng Yaoli's sword was not as overbearing as Hao Feng's saber, it was still not something he could take with his current cultivation. Feng Yaoli's face was cold. He didn't look directly at Lu Zongzi's mask, in case his mind was affected. Moreover, he was completely worried about Lu Zongzi. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill him and save Luanyu, killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, he showed no mercy and cut at his vital points. Bo Yuqing looked at Yunxiao and the others and said with a frown, It's a little troublesome. Are the 7 of you really going to stand by and watch? The 7 men hesitated. Just as Yunxiao said, if he was about to be defeated, he would destroy the heavenly phoenix's true tail plume, and then there would be no point in them fighting desperately. Moreover, Lu Zongzi and the others were with the devil race, which made them wary. Bo Yuqing said lightly, Even a wise man will make a mistake. All of you are wise and brilliant. How can the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather be destroyed so easily? The heavenly phoenix was the king of all flames. To say that he would burn it down, wasn't that laughable? My guess is that unless it's specially refined, it's impossible to destroy the true tail plume. Yes, that's a divine object that evolved into a magnificent world like the realm of everlasting life. The eyes of the void realm old man lit up, and he licked his dry lips with a greedy look. Their auras pressed down on Yunxiao, who had been so sure of his victory, and he fell into a disadvantageous position again. Let's not talk about the real tail feather of the heavenly phoenix first. You've been in the eternal world for so many years, so you should at least take on the great responsibility of fighting against the demons. At the very least, you shouldn't be associated with the demons. The void extreme divine realm old man said, If we want to fight against the demon clan, we have to at least survive, right? Give us the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather, and we'll immediately help you get rid of the devil. Right, we're almost dead. So what's there to eliminate? The other 6 people also agreed. If I knew that the resources of the eternal world were occupied by these walking dead, I would have found them earlier and killed them one by one, Richard said angrily. It's not too late to kill him now, Ken said coldly. Li Yunxiao, how do you think we should fight? Can you take down the demon lord with your strength? Yunxiao asked worriedly. Kan and Yi had joined forces, and although they were able to force Feng Yaoli down, the demon lord's power was only higher than Feng Yaoli's. How Feng was also caught up Emeditor Dame Witn Clang. Anna, it was clear Tnat MS power was extraordinary. Ken pondered and said, let's try and do our best. Even if we can't kill him, we can at least delay him and not let him affect the battle. That's enough, Yunxiao nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you too for this, Devil Lord. It's what I should do, Ken said. I can't believe that after 100,000 years, I still have the chance to fight with the devil race. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted, Go! We can't let the juniors of the realm of heavenly martial arts look down on us. Good. After the two of us tear the demon lord apart, we'll clean up these remnants. He shouted as well, and the aura from his body burst forth. He held the broad axe with both hands and rushed forward like a shooting star with Kan. You want to tear me apart? What a bunch of idiots who overestimate themselves. Emoji laughed, but his eyes were filled with caution. He did not dare to be careless, and with a flash, he began to fight the two of them. Yunxiao watched the three fight, but he could not tell the result in a short time. Only then did his eyes fall on the 7 people, and he said coldly, Lord Mu Di, these 7 people are all dead. Leave it to us, Ling Mu Di said. There was 1 void realm and 6 divine sovereign realm experts on their side. Their side was only at the void realm, so they were a good match. However, Ling Mudi, Chu Hongyan, and Fei and I were at the divine sovereign realm, while Baiming Nan, Luo Yunshang, and the heaven patrolling bull were only at the returning to truth realm. Yunxiao looked at Luo Qingyun and said, Lady Lin helped you break through the barrier. Do you want to stay and repay your kindness? Luo Qingyun was expressionless. Just leave one for me. He just broke through to the divine sovereign realm. It's a good time to test his strength. Thank you, Yunxiao said happily. Thank you. Luo Qingyun gave him a complicated look and said, Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm only repaying Lady Lin's kindness. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, there's still a duel between us. It's just that I know that I'm no match for you now, but I'll definitely catch up to you in the future. At that time, you can just bow your head and accept your death. All right? Yunxiao said with a smile. Whenever you think it's about time, come to me. I'll keep you company at any time. I will, Luo Qingyun nodded. With a flash of golden light, he grabbed the desolate god Bright Moon spear and threw it at the 7 of them. Yunxiao raised his hand, and a whirlwind blew up, turning into a crocodile monster. You go and help them, too. With the addition of the astral wind crocodile and Luo Qingyun, the power of both sides was almost equal. You want to fight me alone? Bo Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Can't I? Yunxiao asked. I can't? Of course. Bo Yuqing nodded. You've been careful all your life, and you've never missed a single detail. You're the strongest enemy I've ever seen in my life. Back then, when we met on the Xiankong Island, I would never have thought that today's situation would occur. Life is truly like a dream. You and I went through life and death together, Yunxiao said. It was an unforgettable time. Bo Yuqing glanced at him indifferently and said, It's just driven by benefits. Everyone gets what they want. Just like today, there's no good or bad. Yunxiao shook his head. What you said really breaks my heart. But all thieves have their own principles. Even if they are driven by profit, they have to be at ease. I have nothing to say about you killing Chu Shengfeng, but now you're colluding with Lu Zongzi and colluding with the devil world. If Yu Shengfeng was still here, he would have personally gotten rid of the evil. Bio Yukm's expression was unusually ugly as Annie said coldly. Don't mention him. Don't forget, our lineage was originally passed down by the demonic servants back then. Speaking of which, we can also be considered the inheritors of the demonic. It's just a martial technique, Yunxiao said coldly. It's not a slave's nature. Even Sir Sun Shangfeng and his ancestors were unwilling to accept the invasion of the demon race, so they created a tool like the Devil Essence Lock to counter the demon race in the future. but they didn't expect to take in you two disciples who betrayed their masters. Shut up. Bo Yuqing's expression became uglier and uglier. With a flash of the ancient dust sword, a sharp sword light shot over. Yunxiao's injuries had only recovered a little, so he did not dare to take the attack head-on. You're far inferior to Lu Zongzi. He's doing bad things with a clear mind, but you still have a conscience and are just avoiding it. I advise you to turn back. Turn back? If you have the ability to make me turn back, I'm willing to, but do you have it? Bo Yuqing sneered. The ancient dust sword's sword shadow rose and transformed into a dragon, falling down like scattered flowers. Wailing sword rain wind. The powerful sword dragon transformed into a hurricane of sword rain, crushing the space and devouring everything. Yunxiao retreated, not wanting to fight him head-on. I know you're injured and won an unfair battle. Bo Yuqing's eyes were cold. However, this is a life-and-death battle, not a fair competition. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Then he turned his sword and slashed at Yunxiao. The sword contained the carefreeness of the wind and rain, the unparalleled domineering aura of Yu Shengfeng, and the strange demonic qi of the Agarine. Yunxiao was a little surprised. Bo Yuqing was indeed a genius. Not only did his sword intent change in myriad forms, but he had also refined Agarine, cultivated a body of extreme yin, and tempered his body with devil essence. His strength was no longer below that of Nie Shengfeng. That sword intent was myriad. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape the myriad of changes. He had no choice but to take out the golden wheel of the magical tree and spin it in his palm. Suddenly, tens of thousands of golden lights bloomed, turning into the shadow of a dancing tree, swaying in the light. The luxuriant branches and leaves joined together to form a world-light curtain, which opened up the entire eternal world. That's Yingluo. Bo Yuqing was shocked. Although the scene in front of him was shocking, it wasn't powerful enough. Yunxiao had only cultivated this profound level weapon for a short time, and he was injured, so he did not have enough true essence. Wailing sword rain wind sword world. The ever-changing sword intent condensed into a sword and stabbed into the light curtain of the world. The sword energy turned into wind and rain, tearing the light curtain apart. Boundless sword intent rained down, striking the tree's shadow and instantly shattering it into countless golden specks. With a flip of his right hand, Yunxiao put away the golden wheel, then his figure faded and disappeared from where he was. In an instant, the afterimage that was left behind was shattered by countless sword radiances. Bo Yuqing's divine sense swept across the area, and his eyes fell on Yunxiao's body, which was gradually appearing several thousand feet ahead. The golden wheel of the magic tree. That's a long-lost holy artifact of the demonic realm. Mo Chang, who was fighting with Hao Feng, saw the two of them fighting from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but exclaim, Bo Yuqing, quickly kill him. You're fighting with me, and you're still distracted? Hao Feng rebuked angrily. Are you looking down on me? The originally weak saber chi suddenly increased in power. Ma Qiang felt the white light flash even more intensely. A huge saber light that was a few feet wide appeared in the sky and slashed down like Mount Tai. Ma Qiang snorted coldly. His face was covered with a large number of demonic patterns as he raised his saber to meet the attack. The blade also turned black, resonating with the symbols on his body. Bang! The two sabers collided, creating endless sparks. Ma Qiang was pushed back more than 30 meters, and there was a hole in his saber. He could not help but frown, and anger could be seen between his brows. The treasured saber that Lu Zongzi made for me was destroyed by you. Hao Feng sneered. Isn't a rotten person with a rotten knife very suitable? It'll be a dead man with a dead blade later. The aura on his body suddenly underwent a shocking change. It increased several times in an instant, and his eyes turned blue, as deep as the ocean. Not good, Ma Qiang suddenly exclaimed. A great sense of danger spread in his heart. He turned around and transformed into a demonic light to escape. Saber Realm's death, Hao Feng said coldly. The Nirvana saber flashed and boundless saber radiance appeared like an ocean, forming a blue world. Bang! Ma Qiang hurriedly raised his saber to meet the attack, but the light of the saber was shattered. Then, his body was hit by the sea of sabers and exploded. Shwa shwa shwa. Countless demonic specters squeezed out from the small space that Chang had exploded. For a moment, the sky was filled with demonic specters, and they roared as they bit at everyone. What? Chang He, Lu Congzi, Bo Yuqing, and Mo's expressions changed drastically, and the three of them finally revealed looks of shock. With Ma Qiang's death, the balance between the two sides was broken. They would lose without a doubt. Don't panic. Hao Feng is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Die! Lu Congzi shouted in a deep voice. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Hao Feng seemed to have been completely drained after using Saber World's death with all his might. The speed at which he raised his saber was very slow, and he seemed to be staggering even when he was killing Demon Fiend. In fact, it was just as Lu Congzi had said. Hao Feng had displayed an attack that exceeded his strength. Now, he was suffering from the backlash of the secret technique, and his strength was gradually weakening. Even killing these ordinary evil demons was difficult. What a troublesome thing. Hao Feng's eyes returned to normal. He cast an incantation seal into the saber and sat cross-legged. 7 marks flashed on the blade, and with a buzz, a golden light rose up and slowly formed a human-shaped man. The burly man stood guard beside Hao Feng and waved his fists. With each punch, a demonic fiend would explode and turn into the most ordinary demonic essence. It was the spirit of the blade's protection. Even though Hao Feng could no longer fight, Mo Chang's death was still a huge blow to Lu Congzi and the other two. Mo's expression was especially dark. He was surrounded by Bai and Can and could not fight back at all. He was feeling anxious. Lu Congzi was also forced into a dangerous situation by Feng Yaoli. He suddenly shouted, Lord Mog, quickly cast the God Prayer technique. God Prayer. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that this was a forbidden technique used to pray for a powerful expert to descend on their physical bodies. Once it was used, it might cause irreparable consequences. However, the structure of the people of the devil world was different from that of ordinary people, and the impact they suffered was much smaller. Yun Xiao was even more worried. Even the lowest-level devil monarch was equivalent to a void realm expert, and he was even stronger than an ordinary void realm expert without the suppression of the realm power. If he were to perform the God Prayer spell, what level of existence would he be? Fortune? The king of the realm? No matter what the situation was, it was a nightmarish piece of news to them. Can and Bai had fought with the Demon King 100,000 years ago, so they had some experience. After hearing what he said, their expressions changed slightly, and their attacks became even more urgent, leaving him no time to cast any spells. The corners of Mog's lips suddenly curled up as he sneered. Do you think I'm the only one who can perform the God Prayer technique? What? The two of them were stunned for a moment. Then, Kan suddenly looked at Lu Congzi in the distance and said in surprise, That's Ing Luo. The mask on Lu Congzi's face suddenly turned bright red. What? Feng Yaoli's pupils contracted. Use the rainbow stone to stab into the brain? Hee. A long needle grew out from behind the mask and was directly inserted into Lu Congzi's Intang acupoint. The strange rainbow force was continuously transmitted into his body. Not only did his strength increase rapidly, but demonic patterns also began to surge out of his body, and he was completely demonized. Do you think I refined the rainbow stone just to wear it on my face and use it as a weak spiritual attack? Lu Congzi sneered. The demonic qi on his body was like a scorching heat, surging out in circles. Feng Yaoli's expression changed, and he did not dare to approach recklessly. After using the mask to increase his strength, Lu Congzi didn't rush to attack. Instead, he made a hand seal with one hand and slapped his right palm to the side. A fist of demonic light appeared and turned into the size of a human figure. A figure gradually appeared from within. It was Luan Yu. The orange-yellow scales on his body flickered, but his face was a little dull, as he had not yet recovered from the blow of the warlock god. Your Majesty, why do you think this old man took the ruler's feather body? Lu Congzi said slowly, but he kept making hand seals and sending them into Luan Yu's body. The demonic qi that wrapped around the Luan Yu became thicker and thicker, constantly turning from the inside out. The demonic talisman also flickered out, striking into the void and disappearing. A terrifying power erupted from within Luan Yu's body, shaking the space until it hummed. However, it was not dragon's might. Feng Yaoli's expression changed. "The God prayer technique," he exclaimed. "That's right." Lu Zongzi nodded. Lord Yuri was an ancient true dragon, and his body itself was condensed from realm power. Using his body to withstand the power of the demon lord was the most suitable. This way, the demon king who descended will not be suppressed by the realm power, he. "You're crazy." Feng Yaoli's expression changed, and he shouted, "It seems that you've completely fallen for the devil, and you deserve to die." His left hand formed a seal and pointed into the sky. It turned into a Tai Chi diagram that spread out, sealing the world and pressing down. Lu Zongzi's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be a little afraid. The two daggers in his hands turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. As the Tai Chi diagram descended, the twin truncheons were sealed and seemed to be frozen in the air. "What?" Lu Zongzi's eyes widened. Under the stimulation of the mask, his strength had even surpassed Feng Yaoli's, but he was still sealed by the Tai Chi diagram. In his shock, he did not even bother to use the God prayer technique and turned around to run. Boom! He had just escaped more than 100 feet when he felt a huge spatial suppression. He was surrounded by an iron wall. Not only did his movements become extremely slow, but even the demonic technique in his body was shackled. "Damn it!" Lu Zongzi gritted his teeth and cursed. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He had still underestimated the innate divine ability of the Calamity Tower race. "You're the one who should die," Feng Yaoli sneered sarcastically, and the cold sword of frost came down. The vast power of the world, a sword that could destroy a country. Thousands of miles were frozen by the sword. Before the sword energy arrived, a thick layer of ice formed on Lu Zongzi's body, making him look like a snowman. But through the ice and snow, one could still see his demonic eyes, which were as clear as stars, shining with a demonic light. The snowflakes that filled the sky seemed to have frozen under the gaze of that light. The entire space appeared to be greatly distorted and began to spin like a fried dough twist. Boom, boom, boom. Ching-Ching's sword rolled through the distorted space, leaving a spiral trajectory. It passed by Lu Zongzi's side, but it didn't hurt him at all. Feng Yaoli was shocked. His opponent had used his spiritual power to distort the space and dodged the sword. Lu Zongzi's eyes suddenly became dim and cloudy. The space distortion just now had almost emptied his spiritual power, and he was still a little confused. "You can dodge the first sword, but can you dodge the second or the third?" Feng Yaoli's face turned cold. With a single step, he appeared in front of Lu Zongzi and raised his sword to cut his neck. All of a sudden, the sky trembled, and the snow and ice melted instantly. A powerful force broke through the sky and shattered the time and space suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. Boom, boom, boom. The Tai Chi double fish spun rapidly, and a pitch-black energy coiled around it, dyeing the picture black. Lu Zongzi regained his mobility in an instant. Unable to dodge in time, he put two of his fingers together to form a sword and struck at the ice sword. Dang! His fingertip touched the back of the sword and pressed it down. The blade of the sword slashed across his chest, leaving a bloody mark on his body, but only his skin was injured. Feng Yaoli was shocked. The destruction of the Tai Chi pattern had a great impact on his Hodo true body. In a moment of desperation, the sword suddenly turned, and countless cold lights shot out. Lu Zongzi took the opportunity to retreat, but his fingers were too slow to retreat. The two fingers that were closed together were cut off by the sword light. A few drops of blood were immediately evaporated by the frost on the cold sword. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They only saw Luan Yu's entire body flickering with demonic patterns. His eyes shot out a brilliant light, and he no longer had the slightest dull appearance. "Ha ha! It's Lord Man!" Lu Zongzi laughed wildly, and his eyes were filled with joy under his scarlet mask. He said excitedly, "I wonder if Lord Man is satisfied with this body." Man's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he also laughed wildly. "Ha ha! The body of a true dragon. It's actually the body of an ancient true dragon. Although it's not perfect, it's the best body to avoid the power of the world. The great demon Tao in the creation realm," Xianxia said in surprise. A chill ran through his body, and he felt his hands and feet go cold. That oppressive feeling was the Misty Rock Lord himself. Hao Feng's pupils also shrank, and he burst out with killing intent. But he was helpless. He held the saber with one hand and could not use his true essence. Humph! The ancient true dragon's body has been possessed. What a joke in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Feng Yaoli's face turned cold as he turned his head slightly and said to Xianxia, "We can't kill Lu Congzi for the time being. You guys should escape as well." After saying that, he no longer wanted Huidou's remnant soul and turned into a ray of light to escape. "Since this lord has come, you still want to escape? Don't even think about leaving. All of you can die." Man's eyes shot out a fierce look. He clenched his fist, and a dark nebula appeared on the tip of his fist. He suddenly struck out. The fist radiance chased after Feng Yaoli's escaping light. Feng Yaoli transformed into his true form in an instant, and he slashed down with his sword. In addition to the power of the world, there were also a large number of Maha-ancient characters on the sword, which were brilliant. Boom! The two forces collided and turned into a storm. They seemed to be evenly matched. Feng Yaoli's heart sank. He didn't stay any longer and continued to escape. Man's pupils constricted, and he was about to chase after them when he heard Lu Congzi say, "My lord, don't worry. That person is not important. Xianxia has the divine realm tablet and the inheritance of the demon lord, so he's the key person." Oh! Man's eyes fell on Xianxia, and he no longer paid any attention to Feng Yaoli. He strode forward and said, "I heard that there's a person in the realm of heavenly martial arts who can wield a six-paths demonic weapon. Is that you?" That powerful aura pressed forward, and Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly. He retreated to the side, not daring to block the man's path. Xianxia knew that he was in big trouble. "Sir, you're new here. Why don't we have a cup of tea and have a good chat?" "No need for tea, your blood is fine." The man's extremely strong force pressed down on Xianxia, causing his qi and blood to roll. Xianxia grunted as he felt 1,000 pounds of force on his chest. If he had not been injured, he might have been able to jump up and down, but with his injured body he would probably be flattened. "Although you're covered in injuries, your body is full of demonic qi. Show me the six paths demonic weapon," Mandao said. Ling Mu Di and the other old monsters of the world of eternal life also stopped fighting and looked on in shock. Chu Hongyan and the others flew to Yunxiao's side, sharing the same hatred with him. Yunxiao immediately felt the pressure on him decrease, but he was even more worried. "You guys go first. I'll think of a way to delay him." "No. We'll leave together, and we'll die together." Chu Hongyan refused flatly, her face full of determination. The other two women were the same. "My husband, you won't be able to chase us away no matter what." Fanny laughed. "Hee, what a touching scene. Since you won't change until death, I'll send you all to hell together." Man Fong laughed out loud, that kind of unbridled appearance, as if everything was under his control. "In the current devil realm, how many strong people like you are there?" Lin, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly asked from within the golden ball of light. Man's eyes shrank as he looked at the golden ball. "Eh?" he said. "Who are you?" Bai and Ken landed in front of the golden ball. They were afraid that Demon Barbarian would suddenly attack, so they both put their palms in front of them and became vigilant. Tisk, two goons. Not enough for this lord to see. Man's eyes flashed with killing intent, and his figure moved as he charged towards the golden ball, both his hands turning into palms as he struck down. Yi and Ken were shocked and hurriedly struck out with their palms. Boom! The four palms collided, and a terrifying force spread out, turning into two nebulas that spun around the three of them. Kuan and Kan's arms were covered with demonic patterns. As the two nebulas rotated, they were about to devour the two of them. In their panic, the two of them used their free hand to form seals and continuously struck forward. However, there was a layer of light wall blocking them and they were unable to hurt Man at all. "Let's kill him together," Xianxia shouted. Without any hesitation, he formed a hand seal and transformed into the true fiend demon body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Man and Ji's bodies trembled, and they looked at the Dharmakaya in shock. Their lips trembled, and they didn't know what to say. Lingmu Di and the others did not hesitate any longer and attacked. The 7 experts from the Eternal Life Realm who were fighting with them were not in the mood anymore. They seemed to have realized the seriousness of the matter and stood aside, not knowing what to do. "Let's attack and kill them all," Lu Zongzi shouted. The scarlet mask with blood on it looked even more strange. D2 and Ishur had returned to his hands, and they released a powerful force. Mog and Bo Yuqing also attacked. The space within 1,000 li trembled more and more at an unbearable rate from the powerful energy fluctuations of the group. "That's Ing Luo." Man's eyes widened as he stared at the avatar behind Xianxia. The giant spirit's 6 arms made a series of hand seals, and Agama's bone cleaver kept appearing in its hands. 6 paths demonic weapon. Not only Manheji was shocked, but even Lin, Yuan, and Ken were also shocked. "Kill!" Xianxia shouted. Killing intent appeared on the 3 faces of the 6-armed Dharma body, and the demonic weapon in his hand was waved down. Swish! A huge black shadow appeared in the sky, and the blade energy tore through the vast sky and headed straight for demonic barbarian. Man Zai could no longer remain calm. Although that blade chi was not as powerful as he had imagined, it was still a heavenly saint tool of the devil world, after all, and it made him extremely fearful. With a hong sound, he shook Yi and Ken away. He quickly made hand seals and a strange diagram appeared in his palm, which shot up. Qing Yuan Demon Picture. Under the joint attack of the 2 sects, more than 10 attacks instantly bombarded together. The most eye-catching ones were the Agama Bone Cleaver and the Demon Picture of Qing Yuan. They were like 2 huge black holes that were devouring each other. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power exploded and swallowed everyone. Yunxiao's body was torn apart again. In an instant, he summoned the little King Kong gourd to block in front of him, but the impact was too strong, and the little King Kong gourd was deformed and flattened in an instant. Yunxiao's own wounds were also expanding, and his bright glass body was gradually collapsing. In an instant, he was covered in wounds. The rest of the people weren't feeling good either. All of them were struggling to hold on. "Follow me," Lin's voice suddenly sounded. The golden ball of light continued to expand as if it was not hindered by the impact. More than 10 rays of light flew out and landed on everyone. Yunxiao and the others immediately felt their bodies relax, as if a force was trying to pull them out of the space. "Lady Lin, please," Lingmu Di cried out in alarm, his eyes full of sorrow. Lin didn't have much time left. Under such a terrifying impact, she would probably be in grave danger if she used the interworld teleportation. Man had been staring at Xianxia the whole time, and when he saw the golden light, his pupils constricted as he cried out, "You want to leave? In your dreams." His figure moved. He raised his fist and was about to shatter the golden light. His fist had just swung halfway when it suddenly stopped. A ray of white light fell from nowhere and shot into the terrifying vortex of power, penetrating it. Man was greatly alarmed. That power was precisely aimed at him, and he had no choice but to change the path of his fist, raising his hand to meet the incoming attack. Boom! The white light shattered his fist radiance and landed directly on his body. The shock made Man's head dizzy, and he was actually drawn into the power of the vortex, disappearing into the sky. Then, Yunxiao and the others slowly disappeared under the guidance of the golden light. What? How could this be? Lu Zongzi and the other 2 were taken aback as they watched Yunxiao and the others disappear. They were stunned in the sky. Although the aftershock of the impact was weakening, it still washed over their bodies in circles, making them forget the pain. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the terrifying force of impact had almost completely dissipated. The sky lost its original duskiness and became bright, with sunlight shining in. Although Hao Feng was far away from the impact, he could not help but vomit blood. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the sky. The power just now was so strong that it tore the realm of eternal life apart, and the sunlight of the realm of heavenly martial arts shone in. Even for people like them who had lived in the dark for tens of thousands of years, they still felt dazzled. Escaped. Xuanji people have all escaped. Xuanji. Lu Congzi stood in the sky in a daze. Suddenly, the space around him became blurry and started to twist at high speed. Yuri's body was jolted out of the space and he staggered for more than 10 steps before he managed to stabilize himself. Lord Man, are you all right? Mog hurriedly went forward. At this moment, the eternal world was being torn apart and the power of the world was increasing. His expression turned ugly and he found it hard to breathe. Lord Man. Luan Yu's voice sounded indifferently, but it was not Man's voice. Mojit's body trembled as a bad feeling rose in his heart. He immediately turned into a ray of light and was about to escape. Lowly demonic creature, how dare you possess my body? Dragon fist, infinite light. Luan Yu's furious voice rang out, accompanied by an infinite amount of light that contained boundless fury. A ray of light shot out from the might of Luan Yu's fist and landed on Mog's body, shattering it. However, a few thousand feet away, a black light flashed and Mog materialized his true form again. This time, his face was filled with a serious expression. Lord Ji, be careful. What? Lu Congzi exclaimed, his eyes full of horror. Ji was shocked. He felt the danger of death spreading in his heart. He had never felt this way in countless years. He was shocked, angry, and could not understand. How can you be so strong? It's impossible, Ji shouted hysterically. This punch gave him a feeling of being unable to fight against it. Death was imminent. Aunt, it's not that I'm too strong, but you're too weak. Luan Yu sneered coldly. The fist light smashed down and struck Ji's body, causing it to explode. The boundless demonic qi was devoured by the infinite light and completely dissipated. Lu Congzi, Bo Yuqing, Hao Feng, and the 7 experts from the eternal world were all stunned. Mog was an existence that could contend against the Saber King, yet he was killed by Luan Yu in 2 punches. Hao Feng's face was slightly pale and his eyes flickered with light. He seemed to have understood something. Lu Congzi was shocked and said, I'll understand now. It's the suppression of the realm power. The realm of everlasting life was torn apart, and Lord Ji was suppressed by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. The reason why you were able to find yourself and suppress Lord Man was also because of the realm power. I am the leader of all living beings. If Yunxiao had not attacked my spiritual ocean, who in the world could occupy my body? Even so, it's only a matter of time before I regain my spiritual sense and control my body. That man actually dared to descend on my body. He's really courting death. His clone was destroyed by me, so his main body strength in the devil realm will definitely drop greatly. Luan Yu sneered and looked at Lu Congzi with cold eyes. He walked over with killing intent. Besides, I'm condensed from the realm power. Every punch and palm of mine contains the highest rules of this realm. The damage is doubled against these outer realm creatures. I see. It seems you're really a big trouble. Lu Congzi finally understood what was going on. His expression became calm again, and he looked at Luan Yu coldly. The strange power on the mask continued to spread out, and the surrounding space became a little dazed. Luan Yu lowered her head, not daring to look at his mask, nor did she dare to meet his eyes. He had already injured his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, and it was not easy for him to find his true self, so he still had lingering fears about the spiritual attack. You're the big trouble, aren't you? Luan Yu said coldly. Lu Congzi knew what he was thinking and sneered. Same to you. His eyes turned and he exchanged a glance with Bo Yuqing. The 2 of them immediately turned into rays of light and broke through the air. You want to leave? Stay here. Luan Yu was furious. Lu Zongzi had used his body as a body to descend, which had greatly violated his self-esteem. He wanted to kill him to be happy. His hands formed a dragon transformation skill in front of him, and a dragon realm opened up and attacked. Ha ha ha! However, Lu Zongzi's laughter came from the sky, and the two of them slammed down together, blocking the dragon domain, and the two of them disappeared. Damn it! Luan Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "Soul Formation C. Lu Zongzi." With that, he flicked his sleeves and chased out of the expanding hole in the eternal world. Only Hao Feng and the 7 powerhouses were left in the field. Looking at the sky of the realm of heavenly martial arts, they were full of nostalgia. The eyes of the 7 people were more filled with frustration and confusion. Is it over? The void extreme divine realm old man muttered to himself and suddenly coughed a few times. He had also been injured quite badly in the battle with Hui. Hao Feng was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Island Master, since you're here and can't help but attack, why don't you leave Lu Zongzi behind?" The 7 of them trembled and looked around in shock. There was only one Island Master in the entire eternal world. I need to make an overall assessment of the current realm of heavenly martial arts. Before that, it's not appropriate for me to fight too much. A faint voice came from the void. In the dark eternal world, there seemed to be a shadow sitting on the throne. Excessive attacks? Hao Feng seemed a little unhappy with this answer and said, "Do you have an estimate now?" No matter how the heavenly martial arts realm was doing at the moment, Lu Zongzi's collusion with the devil realm was already a capital crime, and it could not be tolerated. The figure moved forward, raised his hand to support his chin, and said, "Then what do you think? We should head to the Sea of Soul Formation immediately and kill all those who were involved," Hao Feng said seriously. "If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that the Sea of Soul Formation already has a mutated spatial crack that leads to the devil world. If it is not sealed, it may become the second Tiandang mountain range." "Alright, we'll do as you say. You and Nantian will lead the way to the Sea of Soul Formation to deal with this matter." The figure immediately made up his mind and said, "You should return to the mysterious Parting Islands spiritual pool to recuperate. We'll set off immediately after you've recovered." "Yes." Hao Feng stood up and bowed slightly. The original intention of the realm of everlasting life was to provide a place for the powerful figures at the end of the martial arts world. Yi Qingyu continued, "Although it might not be to seal the demon, there must be a basic bottom line. It's fine if these 7 people don't resist the demons, but they're actually allying with the demons for their own benefit. In any case, since you 7 keep saying that your lifespans are coming to an end, then let them really do so." The 7 of them trembled and looked over in shock. 6 figures suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qingyu. They all emitted powerful energy and their divine senses locked onto the 7 of them. "Kill them all." Yi Qingyu waved his hand and said indifferently. After that, the figure disappeared into the sky. Hao Feng was expressionless and did not seem surprised at all. He did not care about the 6 people and turned into a ray of light to fly to mysterious Separation Island. Hee. The 6 people who appeared out of thin air all had sinister smiles on their faces as they walked towards the 7 people. Very quickly, the sounds of fighting and screams came from the sky. Not long after, everything returned to silence, but the air was filled with the smell of blood. The hole in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and the sunlight of the realm of heavenly martial arts was constantly devouring the realm of eternal life. No one knew how long it would take for it to be completely devoured, but it was only a matter of time. In a sea, the calm sea surface suddenly surged up, stirring up huge waves. The entire ocean kept spinning with the sky, and several golden lights shot out from it and fell into the sea. Some of them had good control of their bodies. They stepped on the seawater and took a few steps to resolve the impact. They were surrounded by the sound of water, which came from Yunxiao and the others who had just escaped from the world of eternal life. "Is everyone all right?" Lingmu Di asked. Everyone was teleported out, not a single one was missing. However, Yunxiao's injuries were so serious that he fell straight into the sea and then floated up in an instant. He half knelt on the sea and kept coughing blood. The sea water washed away the dirty blood on his body, and his wounds appeared one after another. It was a shocking sight. It was all because of the excessive use of devil essence that his body was torn apart. There was not a single piece of skin that was intact, and in a few places bones could be clearly seen. Flying! My husband! Xianxia! The three girls exclaimed in shock and rushed over to help him up. Xianxia's face was pale as he shook his head and said, "I'm fine. The foundation of my physical body is not destroyed. I just need to recuperate for a few days to recover." He took out a long robe and draped it over his body, covering all his wounds so that the crowd would not worry. "Lady Lin! Lady Lin!" Can and Biel's faces were ashen as they shouted from the sea. Their eyes were lifeless, and their faces were ashen. After a moment of roaring, the sea returned to normal. Lin was nowhere to be seen. "Lady Lin, please." The two of them looked miserable, as if they had lost their parents. "Don't shout. It's in the water." Xianxia pointed weakly into the distance. Hundreds of feet away, under the sea, the golden ball of light was covered by the rippling light of the sun. "Arg! Lady Lin!" The two of them were overjoyed and hurriedly ran over. The golden ball's light became extremely weak as it floated beneath the sea, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Xianxia and the others also gathered around, all looking worried. "What should I do?" The referee was extremely anxious. He called out a few times but did not receive any response. He did not know how Lin's situation was at the moment. "This ball of light should be condensed by her soul power," Xianxia said. "No wonder I haven't seen her true body. Why don't I let her come to my divine realm tablet first and slowly nourish her? Then I'll think of a way to deal with her." "We can only do this now," said Lingmu Di. "Bring it back to Yanwu, and it might be better for you to be nourished by the 10 laws." His words were very heavy, and it was obvious that he did not have the slightest confidence. "Let's go back to Yanwu first," Xianxia said. "Maybe I can think of a way." "You have a way?" Can and Bai were both shocked, but they were immediately overjoyed. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. "What do you have in mind?" Lingmu Di asked, stunned. "If the power of the soul is so weak, even the heavenly fortune pill can't save it. Could it be Lao AI? Great expansion divine technique?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "In Lady Lin's current state, I'm afraid her consciousness is blurred. How can she cultivate the great expansion divine technique? Unless she regained consciousness, there might be a chance for her to cultivate. However, I can use the great expansion divine technique to nourish her and ensure that her soul won't scatter in the short term. The rest will depend on her own fortune and opportunities. No matter what, as long as you can save Lady Lin, Bai and I are willing to climb mountains of daggers and dive into seas of fire for you. We will not hesitate to do so," Can said solemnly. "I won't hesitate." The judge cupped his hands and spoke in a serious tone. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "It's too serious. Lady Lin became like this because she tried to save us. I will do my best. However, I don't have much confidence, so I hope you two can be mentally prepared." The two of them trembled, and their eyes, which were full of hope, dimmed. "Just do your best," Can said sorrowfully. They also knew about Lin's current condition, and no one dared to say that they had the confidence to cure her. Faye and I took out the astrolabe and checked the direction. We're now on the North Sea. Let's go back to the heavenly martial continent first and then go to Yanwu. Xianxia put Lin's soul light into the divine realm tablet, then took out a warship and flew toward the heavenly martial continent in a stream of light. Half a month later, a group of people appeared in Dingtian City. The news of the fairyland of the North region, Langya Heaven, was spreading everywhere. The news had long spread all over the world, and it shocked the whole world. A 100,000-year-old immortal demon has appeared in the eternal world. It's massacring people madly. The 10 martial sovereigns have all fallen and more than half of the 7 sect masters have been killed or injured. The demon race is going to unify the continent. In order to resist the demon clan, the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation have joined forces. The long-retired executive Wei Wuya betrothed his son, the current executive Wei Qing, to Bo Yuqing, the junior brother of the Sea of Soul Formation chief Lu Congzi. The two of them formed a good relationship with the Qin and Jin dynasties and led the human race to fight against the demon army. Yun Xiao could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood as he beckoned to a warrior not far away. The warrior was holding a large number of jade slips in his hand and shouting with all his might. When he saw Yun Xiao and the others' extraordinary appearances, he ran over. Yun Xiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said in embarrassment, "Wei Qing and Bo Yuqing are both men. How can they form a good relationship with Qin Jin? 100,000-year-old demon has appeared in the demon race," the warrior said seriously. "Our race is in danger. For the sake of the world's righteousness, the two Darren ignored the secular etiquette and dared to be the first for the world. They are the role models of our generation and are respected by tens of thousands. If you want to know the details, please buy a few jade slips and take a look." Inside, everything that has happened in the heaven of Langia in the past few months, big and small, is clearly recorded, including the matter of the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation forming a relationship with Qin Jin. He took out a jade slip and handed it over, saying, "It's all the latest and most complete news. I'll only accept 500 mid-grade primordial stones." Yun Xiao felt very tired and did not want to look at it, so he waved his hand. The warrior didn't give up and quickly said, "My lord, do you think this news isn't explosive enough? I think you're all from outside." The Dingtian city was the closest to the North Region fairyland, so all the news was sent over at the first moment. "I just received an even more earth-shaking piece of news. If you buy a jade scroll, you can get it for free." Yun Xiao was about to drive him away when he heard him say mysteriously, "It's about the most beautiful woman in the world, Chu Hongyan. Don't you want to hear it?" Hehe. The warrior revealed a look. Yun Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Then he threw out 500 mid-grade primordial stones and took out a jade slip. "Darren is wise indeed." The cultivator accepted it with a smile and said in a low voice, "According to the informant I planted in the Divine Cloud Palace, there's actually a huge secret hidden behind the ceiling of the mountain for the past 20 years. "What secret?" Yun Xiao's interest was piqued, and his face was filled with gossip. Hee. Fanny and the others covered their mouths and laughed. Chu Hongyan was speechless for a while and also came over. "What secret?" The man's eyes swept over them and he said in a low voice, "You can't tell anyone. Otherwise, my identity as an informant will be exposed. I'm afraid that the Divine Cloud Palace will hunt me down in the whole world. The secret is that Chu Hongyan has been hiding to give birth to a child for the past 20 years. Yun Xiao sprayed blood all over the man's face, causing him to choke and cough. Chu Hongyan's face was full of shame and anger, and her face turned red to the root of her neck. Her killing intent suddenly burst out, which made the warrior's teeth clatter and tremble in fear. Yun Xiao hurriedly stopped her, fearing that she would kill him by accident. "Is it really good for you to slander a girl's reputation like this?" I didn't slander you, Ingluo." The man was so scared that he couldn't speak, and tears even came out. Yun Xiao was also very displeased. "If you didn't slander me, then what's with this news?" The man looked like he was about to cry. "Don't doubt me. My informant is one of the 4 maidservants of the Divine Cloud Palace's master, Chu Hongyan. She knows everything about the Divine Cloud Palace." Actually, Ingluo, when he saw that Chu Hongyan had restrained her killing intent, he became bold again and said, "Actually, Chu Hongyan was already pregnant with Gu Feiyang's daughter 20 years ago." "Daughter?" Yun Xiao's eyes widened as he said, "What a daughter!" Hee. "This is another big secret." That martial artist stuck his head over and said, "Don't tell anyone. My informant in the Long family told me this. In fact, their daughter is the current head of the Long family, Fanny. Hee. The cultivator repeatedly warned, "You can't tell anyone, or the informant I planted in the Long family will be in danger. The Long family will probably hunt me down in the entire world. I'm only giving you this top secret information because you're all reliable people and you bought my jade scroll. The news of Wei Qing and Bo Yuqing's marriage was also revealed by the two Holy Lands informants, right? Fanny asked. Of course. The martial artist patted his chest and said, in our line of work, we have informants all over the world. This way we can get first-hand information. It's not easy for us to make a living. The money we have to support these informants is an astronomical figure. I wish the business will get better and better. Yunxiao waved his hand and said tiredly, get lost quickly. What are you saying? You're not respecting our work at all. The warrior said angrily, but he looked at Chu Hongyan and the others with an unfriendly gaze. He did not dare to say anything more and left in a hurry. You're still respecting their work? Do these paparazzi respect our reputation at all? Fanny was furious. If it was in the past, I would definitely uproot all these people. Yunxiang could not help but laugh. It seems that you've become much gentler after following Yunxiao, she said. Sister Yunxiang seems to be the same. Fanny blinked. Yunxiang blushed. She was a very quiet person, so she could not stand being teased by Fanny. Everyone walked towards the teleportation array in the city and saw a white-robed woman standing on the road ahead, waiting for them. They were all stunned, and so was Yunxiao. Then he said sarcastically, Your Excellency. The woman in white was Xiao Hong. A look of anger flashed across her face before it returned to normal. You can call me whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Her words were full of bitterness and sourness. Oh, then how should I address you, Your Excellency? Yunxiao said casually. Didn't you and I forget about the past? Why are you laughing at me like this? Just call me Little Red. Yunxiao suddenly realized that he was still angry at Xiao Hong, and perhaps he thought too highly of her, which was why he was so persistent. He sighed and said, All right, Little Red. It's just that I like the old Little Red more. Xiao Hong's body trembled slightly, but she quickly calmed down and said, Time can change everything. There will be no more Xiao Hong from the past. Yunxiao shook his head sadly and said, Tell me, why are you looking for me? Can't I find you for no reason? The Little Red Kite said angrily. Of course you can, Yunxiao said. But are you all right? I'd like to know more about the ancient devil's well, Xiao Hong said after some thought. She looked into Yunxiao's eyes and said in a hurry, You must know. All kinds of information are flying around now, but I can still extract some correct information from it. I've indeed been to the ancient devil's well, Yunxiao said frankly. I know a little about the situation there. You're here to cultivate MO skills, right? It's a pity that that place is the core of the Sea of Soul formation, so you won't be able to enter it easily. You just need to tell me everything you know. I'll gear out Tianyi rest on my own, Xiao Hong said. Yunxiao immediately told Xiao Hong everything that had happened in the ancient devil's well without reservation, then watched her disappear into the crowd. Chu Hongyan said, Lu Congzi openly colluded with the devil world in the eternal world. I'm afraid it's better to be prepared. Xiao Hong's trip to the Sea of Soul formation will most likely be fraught with danger. She chose her own path, Yunxiao said. Although I can't bear it, I can't do anything about it. Just like when we were in the eternal world, Bo Yuqing told me that if I had the ability to make him turn back, he would be very willing, but do I have the ability? Fanny laughed angrily. What a joke. Bo Yuqing wallowed in degeneration and colluded with the demon race. Now he's blaming my husband. It's not strange, Yunxiao said. However, everyone has their own path. Lu Congzi is one, Bo Yuqing is one, Wei Qing is one, and so are we. You don't have the right to criticize others, but since you've made your choice, you have to bear the consequences of your choice. Everyone is the same. Everyone fell into deep thought and nodded. All kinds of rumors are flying around now, Yunxiao said. I'm afraid that everyone in the world is in a panic. Let's go back to Yanwu immediately and announce the establishment of the Heavenly Martial Alliance to the world. At the same time, use the true origin to sort out the matter of the eternal life world and the ancient devil's well, and announce it to the public so that the world won't panic. Not bad, praised Lingmu Di. Clear and organized, mature and steady. You do have the demeanor of an alliance leader. Don't make fun of me, Lord Mu Di, Xianxia said with a smile. I've already thought about it. I don't intend to be the alliance leader anymore. The most important thing right now was to increase his own strength. It might be more suitable for Chen Duantian or Qian Shang to be the leader. After all, they have rich experience in leading, while I'm just an idle person. No! Fei and I immediately rejected the idea. If my husband doesn't become the alliance leader, I'll definitely not agree. I won't submit to Chen Duantian, nor will Sister Hongyan and Qian Sheng. This alliance can't continue. Chu Hongyan said, I understand what Fei Yang means. If I become the leader of the alliance, I will have to spend a lot of time and energy. I can't focus on my cultivation. This is indeed a problem. However, Fei Yang is the leader of the alliance. If he resigns, the foundation of the alliance will be unstable, and the original intention of the alliance will be lost. I have a way to satisfy both sides. Fei Yang can be the alliance leader, and we can choose a substitute alliance leader to manage the daily affairs of the alliance. Acting alliance master? Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and praised. That's a good idea indeed. Whether it's Chen Duantian, Qian Shang, or the two of you, you're the best candidates for the acting alliance leader. Chu Hongyan smiled and said, Chen Duantian and Qian Shang definitely can't. They can't convince the public, and neither can the two of us. In my opinion, Lord Mu Di is the most suitable candidate to be the acting alliance leader. With Lord Mu Di's strength and identity, you are naturally qualified, Yunxiao said in surprise. But it's too much of a waste of talent. Ling Mu Di thought for a while and said, Palace Master Hongyan's idea is not bad. Let me take her place. In any case, this old man doesn't have much to cultivate, so I'll just rely on soul arts to nourish my soul. It's very difficult for me to improve in the short term. In addition, I have a certain understanding of the demon race and have ruled over the northern region before, so I am the most suitable candidate. That's great. Yunxiao was overjoyed. If Lord Mu Di is willing to do it for me, I'd be more than happy to do it. It's all for the anti-demon plan. Why do I have to do it for you? Ling Mu Di said. Everyone had decided on the alliance chief and the acting alliance chief in an instant. If Chen Duantian and the others who wanted to snatch the alliance chief's position knew about this, they would be furious. Yunxiao turned to look at Luo Qingyun and said, Are you going back to Red Moon City or going to Yanwu with us? Yanwu has 10 rules, Luo Qingyun said expressionlessly. Of course we'll go to Yanwu. Who would go to Red Moon City? Yunxiao patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Haha. Then let's go. Through the teleportation formation of Dingtian City, the group returned to Yanwu after a second trip. A few days later, the news of the Heavenly Martial League's establishment spread throughout the world, shocking everyone. With Shenshao Palace, the Long family, and Yanwu as the center, fixed teleportation channels were established, and all the sects of the southern region, big and small, joined them. The southern region had never had a sense of existence in the entire Heavenly Martial realm, so the participation of the entire region did not cause a sensation. However, the participation of the Blade Sect and the Money Gang caused another wave. Everyone was keenly aware that the sky was about to change. The alliance of Yanwu, Shenshao Palace, the Long family, the Sabersword Sect, and the Money Sect was enough to compete with the Sanctuary and the Sea of Soul Formation, making them the third most powerful force in the world. Furthermore, the Heavenly Martial Union was still expanding. It was said that they had sent many lobbyists to various sects and schools in the world, and even the western region's Myriad Stars Valley seemed to have been persuaded. The Myriad Stars Valley was now the overlord of the western region. If they joined the Heavenly Martial Union, it would be a big deal. At least in terms of geographical location, they occupied the western and southern regions, and had the 3 great sects of the northern region as their core. They practically spanned across the continent and had the trend of becoming the #1 alliance in the world, surpassing the 2 Holy Lands. Everyone agreed that the 2 Holy Lands would not sit by and watch the Heavenly Martial League grow. At this moment, the news that the Sea of Soul Formation was colluding with the demon race spread from the Heavenly Martial Alliance, which exploded in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. All kinds of doubts and condemnations rose one after another. However, many people also said that the Heavenly Martial Union had deliberately released news to suppress the sea of soul formation in order to rise. Just as all sorts of rumors were flying around, another shocking piece of news came from the sanctuary. A new ranking competition had started, and it was called the #1 Martial Arts Competition. Anyone who obtained the top 100 ranking could enter the Jade Book Pavilion to choose a martial technique divine ability. It immediately provoked the warriors who were not able to go to Langya Heaven. For a time, everyone on the streets and in the alleys were talking about this matter. The matter of the Sea of Soul Formation was diluted, and they became indifferent to the ancient devil's well. Lingmu Di was in charge of all the affairs in Yanwu, so Yun Xiao went into seclusion to heal his wounds after returning to the city. Chun Duantian also came to Yanwu a few days later and asked for a duel to decide the alliance leader, but he could not see Yun Xiao. However, Yanwu's astonishing spiritual energy and the appearance of the 10 rules had greatly shocked all the martial artists who had come, and no one was willing to leave. Under the command of Su Lianyi and Ding Ling the foundation of Yanwu was built in the style of the Merchant Union's Xinyan City. It was expanded by 10 times, and several cultivation places for itinerant cultivators to cultivate in seclusion were designed. With the return of the 10 rules of the world, the news of it appearing in the southern region could no longer be kept a secret. Many martial emperor experts had sensed the unusual situation in Yanwu, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. However, not many people believed this, and all kinds of news were true and false, which struck people's nerves and eased the trend of experts from all walks of life pouring into Yanwu, most of whom went to the holy region. On this day, a gentle breeze blew in the sky, and a figure slowly condensed under the scorching sun. It was Yun Xiao, who had finally recovered from all his injuries after more than a month of seclusion. Yun Xiao was in the sky above the Devil Lord's seal, where the rules of the 10 directions were the strongest. Not only had he fully recovered from his injuries, but he also felt an unprecedented power. After unsealing the information that Yen Xin had left in his sea of consciousness in the eternal world, he had control over most of the great expansion divine technique. At this moment, he felt as if he was as far as the sky and as far as the earth. The range of his divine sense had expanded by more than 10 times, and he could almost grasp every movement within a radius of 10,000 miles. Flying! My husband! Big brother Yun Xiao! Li Yun Xiao! All kinds of voices came from all directions, and one figure after another emerged in the void, all of whom were Yun Xiao's closest friends. Above the devil sealing grounds, a void was built for everyone to cultivate. The so-called pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first was also based on this principle. Congratulations to the Alliance Master for advancing another level in your strength. Su Lianyi hurriedly came forward, cupped her fists, and bowed. Her cultivation had also broken through the peak 9-star Martial Emperor realm and entered the true Immortal realm. Under the nourishment of the rules of the 10 directions, the rotten flesh on Baiming Nan's body began to peel off bit by bit, and new flesh began to grow. He was still in seclusion, trying to break through to the higher realm of harmonization. The rest of the people from Yanwu had all gone into seclusion. They knew that they were too weak to help much, so they all cultivated diligently in order to make a breakthrough. Even if he couldn't break through the shackles of the martial path, he could at least reach a higher level and extend his life. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Lianyi, Yun Xiao said. No need to be so polite. Tell me the current situation of Yanwu in detail. Su Lianyi smiled. Let Ling talk to the Alliance Master. She knows more about everything than I do. In fact, the affairs of the entire Yanwu were handled by the two of them. Su Lianyi was more daring and thoughtful than Ding Ling in all aspects of operation. Therefore, during this period of time, Su Lianyi had basically been the main person, and Ding Ling had been assisting her in carrying out large-scale rehabilitation. The relationship between Su Lianyi and Ding Ling had also become very good. She knew that Yun Xiao had many women around him, so she tried her best to create opportunities for Ding Ling to get in touch with him. Big Sister Ling is so awesome, Fei and I laughed and praised. Ding Ling did not think too much about it. Besides, she had been in the business world for a long time, so she did not take Fei and I's praise seriously. She just smiled and gave a detailed report of the current situation in Yanwu. I didn't expect the population expansion to be so fast, Chu Hongyan said in surprise. Although the city has been expanded by more than 10 times, the population has more than doubled in a short period of time. At this rate, Yanwu will not be able to accommodate so many people. Moreover, more people will come in the future, and the conflict will continue to deepen. This is the biggest problem right now, Ding Ling said worriedly. The speed of population expansion must be far faster than the speed of expansion. With the experts from Xianxia Palace and the Long family on guard, many problems could be avoided. If more and more experts came, even the experts from the two factions might not be able to suppress them. Once a martial battle between experts erupts, the damage to the city will be incalculable. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "In fact, there is a way. From now on, only martial emperors of the 9 heavens were allowed to enter Yanwu to cultivate. Forget about those who have already entered the city. From now on, Yanwu will no longer be open to those below the martial supreme realm." The moment these words came out, everyone was endlessly shocked. Only martial sovereigns were allowed to enter. In the entire world, even the most resourceful places did not have such a high threshold. "Don't think that this condition is too much," Yun Xiao said. "I'm not going to let you go." In fact, Yanwu's spiritual energy was no better than that of the major sects of the North region. The only huge advantage was the 10-sided rule. However, the 10 rules are only effective for martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens. Those below the rank of martial sovereigns don't need to come at all. It's just a waste of resources to occupy a spot. That being said, many martial artists might not be willing to accept it. This way, there will be more friction and accidents. Ding Ling said worriedly. Fei and I chuckled. Sister Ling you're overthinking. Those who are dissatisfied are all below the martial supreme realm. What's there to be afraid of? If that kind of trash dares to cause trouble, I'll kill as many as they come. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. She did not care about these people's lives at all. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded. It's a little cruel, but it's natural selection, and only the fittest can survive. The realm of heavenly martial arts is a place where the strong prey on the weak, and Yanwu has its own reasons for development. We're not running a charity. You have to be ruthless when you need to be ruthless, not to mention that this is a critical period. Su Liani said seriously, "I've had similar thoughts before. It's just that it's too shocking. That's why I didn't dare to mention it. Now that you've said so, I'll immediately set up a set of regulations." Yes, Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Not only must we restrict the entry of warriors below the rank of martial supreme, but we must also make use of all the martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens who enter the city to cultivate. We'll set up a law enforcement team, and any martial artist who enters the city to cultivate must first serve the law enforcement team for a year before they can obtain the right to cultivate." This comment was even more horrifying. Ling Mudi also said in embarrassment, "Although we can effectively make use of the strong, it's too overbearing. I'm afraid it will cause resistance." Su Liani was also worried. These are shackles that are placed on martial supremes. If they resist, their power will be incomparable to that of the minions below the martial supremes. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. "Since you are cultivating in the city, you have the responsibility to maintain the safety of the city. Isn't New Yen City the same? Therefore, we must set up this set of rules as soon as possible while there are not many powerhouses in the city yet. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome if more peak martial supremes come in the future." Su Liani's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as she nodded and said, "Good. Since you've made your decision, I'll do it. After all, there are so many experts in Yanwu that even the martial emperors of the 9 heavens realm won't dare to do anything to them." Yes. Yun Xiao nodded. After the law enforcement team is established, the first thing to do is to seal everything within tens of thousands of miles, making the rules of 10 directions a rare item. Anyone who wants to become a god must come to Yanwu. You can't. Ling Mudi's expression suddenly changed. He immediately objected. In this way, not only will it greatly limit the overall improvement of the heavenly martial realm's martial artists, But Yanwu will also become the target of all the experts in the world. It will be dangerous. The world's strongest? Yun Xiao said indifferently. Other than the Heavenly Martial Alliance, the Holy Region, and the Soul Formation Sea, how many more were there? Moreover, the Sea of Soul Formation and the Holy Region are no longer reliable. By doing this, I'm trying my best to rope in all the powerful cultivators in the world and also forcing the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation into a desperate situation. Now that Yanwu has become the only place in the world to become a god, these two holy lands have completely lost their room for development, and they are bound to die. That's why they'll break through our blockade at all costs, Lingmu Di said seriously. They'll also ask for a share of the loot in this land of 10 rules. They'll have to have the ability, Yun Xiao said coldly. My lord, don't forget that they aren't the strongest at the moment. If it's not the two holy lands, who else could it be? Lingmu Di was stunned and frowned. Have you forgotten about Mysterious Separation Island, my lord? Yun Xiao asked. Lingmu Di was also shocked, and his expression changed. There has been no news from Mysterious Separation Island recently, so I have neglected it. What we really need to be wary of is no longer the Sea of Soul Formation or the Holy Realm, Yun Xiao said seriously. It's those old monsters who have lived for countless years on Mysterious Separation Island. Once these people came out of the world of eternal life, they would definitely follow the 10 rules to Yanwu. Our greatest threat is these people. When Lingmu Di heard Yun Xiao's analysis, he seemed to have no idea. According to my estimation, Yun Xiao continued, the eternal world has just integrated into the heavenly martial realm, and it will take time for it to be fully integrated. Those old monsters would probably make preparations when they came out, and they might not be the first to rush to Yanwu. After all, those who had not participated in the Demon Sealing War did not know that the 10 rules were sealed in Yanwu, and most of them would go to where they used to be. That's why we haven't seen any old monsters from the realm of everlasting life. But the peace won't last long. Then what do you plan to do? Lingmu Di asked. It's fine if it's those old monsters who are alone, Yun Xiao said thoughtfully. But if it's a group, or even one like Mysterious Separation Island, I'm sure we can't fight them. We can only accept them and live in peace. Unless Swan and I and Xianli Island can also form an alliance with us. Lingmu Di's expression was grave. After thinking for a while, he said, I can go to Mysterious Separation Island and be a lobbyist to see Yi Qingyu's attitude. It would be best if Lord Mu Di went, Yun Xiao said. If Xianli Island can form an alliance with us, then the resources of the 10 rules can be completely sealed. Those who follow us will become gods, and those who go against us will be excluded from the divine Tao forever. In this way, all the experts of the realm of heavenly martial arts are forced to join Yanwu to fight against the demonic tribulation together. That's a good idea indeed, Lingmu Di nodded. To monopolize the resources of the 10 rules, one must swear an oath to resist the Rubik's Cube to enjoy it. I don't know what's going on with Yi Qingyu, but he'll come here sooner or later, so I'll wait for him in Yanwu. Yun Xiao nodded. These are the experts who really matter to the fate of the heavenly martial realm. You must worry about them. As for the experts below the god realm, Lieni, you should spend more effort on them. After all, they are the backbone of the heavenly martial realm. If they are willing to pledge their loyalty to us, we can help them increase their strength as much as possible. Yes, Su Lieni hurriedly replied. Big brother Yun Xiao, I have another question, Ding Linger said. If Yanwu only allowed Martial Emperor realm experts to enter, it would be difficult to carry out the business in the Merchant Union. After all, most of the basic construction still needs ordinary people. That's easy, Yun Xiao said. We can just give them temporary residence rights. As for the martial artists who have been rejected outside Yanwu, if they are loyal, I'm considering extraditing them to the 3 major sects to cultivate and nourish them with the spiritual energy of the 3 major sects. Once they step into the Martial Emperor realm, I'll bring them back to Yanwu. I wonder what Hongyan and Feini think. That's a good idea, we have no objections, the 2 women immediately said. To consolidate our strength, we must first have strength, and then be loyal, Yun Xiao said. Neither of the 2 is dispensable. I'd rather not have those who are capable but not virtuous. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Alliance Master, Su Liani continued, that Chun Duantian from the Blade Sect has been waiting for you in the city for a long time. He has been urging you to hold the martial arts competition as soon as possible to determine the Alliance Master's position. Yun Xiao chuckled and said, he really has the time. I'll just spend some time suppressing him and making him retreat. That way, I won't have to come up with some martial arts competition and make a fool of myself in the world. You can't do this. I suggest we do as Chun Duantian said. Ling Mudi said, not only do we want a martial arts contest, but we should also make it grand and let the whole world know. Only in this way can Yun Xiao ascend to the position of alliance leader and lead the world. That's fine, Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. You can arrange the martial arts competition. Your subordinate will go now, Su Liani said happily. She didn't waste any more time and immediately turned to leave. She began to work on the martial arts competition and released the news so that the whole world would know. Li Yun Xiao, Ling Mudi said, you've been in seclusion all this time, so I can't disturb you. But you should know what it is. I understand, Yun Xiao said with a nod. It's about Lady Lin. Have you completely mastered the Great Expansion Divine Technique? Ling Mudi asked expectantly. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, I can't say it's complete, but at least 70 or 80%. I've also stepped into the realm of Sorcerer God. That's great. Can I use the Great Expansion Divine Technique to save Lady Lin? Ling Mudi asked excitedly. If it doesn't work, can I be reincarnated like you? Yun Xiao was taken aback. Let Lady Lin reincarnate? He asked. This method was too whimsical. Back in the Tiandang Mountains, my reincarnation was purely accidental. Even Yen Xin would never have expected it. If Lady Lin were to attempt it, it would definitely be a situation where there's only a 10% chance of survival. Ling Mudi's excited mood immediately fell. He said, what should we do then? Didn't you say you had a way in the world of eternal life? There was a hint of blame in his words. Yun Xiao smiled and said, there is a way, but it may not work. Darren is also just a wisp of a soul, and he is much stronger than when he came out of the Black Tortoise Star Palace. What did he rely on? The cultivation of the Starlight Apparition with the help of Little Wu, Ling Mudi said. You mean Xiao Wu? He asked. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded and said, maybe he can. He waved his hand and let everyone continue to cultivate in the void. Seeing that he was about to leave, Narcissus was anxious. He quickly went forward and grabbed his arm. Big brother Yun Xiao. His eyes were filled with anxiety and a little grievance. What's wrong? Yun Xiao smiled. What's wrong? Water droplets swirled in Water Deity's eyes. She said faintly, I suddenly miss my father. Yun Xiao's heart stirred as he stroked her hair and comforted her. I was also planning to go to the sea forest, but now is not the time. The Water Deity was overjoyed. She jumped up and said, when was that? Yun Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, it won't be far. You should cultivate with everyone first and strive to break through the shackles of martial Dao as soon as possible. Then you can go back. Master Poseidon will be very happy. The Water Deity nodded her head and said, I'll definitely catch up to the chemical elementalist as soon as possible. Even a stupid person like him has already entered the God realm. I can't be worse than him. The chemical elementalist's face darkened and he pursed his lips without saying a word. Sister Water Fairy, let me be your sparring partner. With my help, you will definitely be able to do it very quickly. Fanny came over and held Water Deity's hand, looking very enthusiastic. All right, the Water Deity had a very good impression of her. Back at the Long family in the Sky Ridge, she had been coaxed by Fanny and the two of them had entered the cultivation ground in the void happily. Yun Xiao's figure flickered and entered the Divine Realm tablet with Ling Mudi. At the foot of Mount Innerheart, within a formation, the soul light that Lin had transformed into flickered between brightness and darkness, just like the dim stars in the sky that could be extinguished at any moment. Kan and Bai sat cross-legged outside the formation, guarding it quietly. Sensing Yun Xiao's aura, the two men jumped up and said in a somewhat harsh tone, You're finally here. What took you so long? Kan's face was dark and gloomy, while Cruel's face was filled with anger. Xiao cupped his fists and smiled wryly. Please calm down, my lords. I was in seclusion and forgot the time, so I was delayed. I'm sorry, Qin said coldly. Don't apologize to us. We don't want to hear it. As long as you can cure Lady Lin, everything will be fine. Yes. If he can't be cured, there's no use apologizing. The referee added. Xiao glanced at Lin's soul light and sighed slightly in his heart. Then, with a wave of his hand, he teleported Lil Wu, who was cultivating in the steel, over. Lil Wu was originally meditating, but when he was pulled by the spatial power, he immediately opened his eyes in shock. When he saw that it was Xiao, he was even more frightened, and he tried to escape like a rabbit. Xiao reached out and grabbed Xiao Wu in his hand as if he was carrying a bag. He could not help but frown as he looked at the Lingmu flute he had cultivated together with Lil Wu. After all, Lil Wu was the most ancient divine tree in the world, so he was still very respectful. Why did you run the moment you saw me? You're feeling guilty. Xiao pointed at Xiao Wu and gave him a fierce look as soon as he arrived. Xiao Wu was so frightened that he waved his hands and said in a panic, No, I'm not guilty. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why are you so scared? Xiao stared into his eyes, as if he could see through his heart. Lil Wu's face turned red and she didn't know how to answer. Lingmu Di couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed twice and said, Li Xiao, you didn't say anything. Why is he so guilty? Yeah, why would I be guilty? Lil Wu was stunned for a moment, but he immediately calmed down. He looked like he was about 11 or 12 years old. After calming down, he said, Li Xiao, why did you call me here? I don't think I've provoked you, so why should I be guilty? Xiao rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, How would I know what you're feeling guilty about? I'm not a worm in your stomach. Then you scared me the moment you came. Xiao Wu glared at him and said angrily, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Xiao reached out his hand and begged, Give me some Tai mystic qi to eat. Great one profound qi. Lingmu Di and the other two were all surprised, and their faces were filled with joy. They naturally knew what it was. If it had the supreme mystical qi, they would have a great chance of saving Lin. Lil Wu spat out a few liters of blood on the spot and cried out, What did you just say? He pulled his ears and exclaimed, Did I hear you right? Don't pretend in front of me, Xiao said coldly. If you can't give me the great one celestial qi today, I'll refine you. I'll be able to refine a trace of it. Ing Luo, you hooligan, you scoundrel. Lil Wu was so angry that she stomped on the ground and roared. You and I have already cleared all our grudges. Let's not talk about the fact that I don't have the great one profound qi. Even if I did, why would I give it to you? Xiao clenched his fingers and grabbed him, then held him in his hand and said, You've been living comfortably in my divine realm tablet for so long. It's time to pay rent. Even if you're paying rent, it's not worth the great one mystic qi, Xiao Wu said angrily. You really think your stupid steal is that great? To be honest, I don't care about it at all. Xiao grabbed his head with one hand and chuckled. We'll talk about it in the future. Let's pay the rent for these years first. He made a hand seal and the cauldron of mountain and river flew out of his hand. It landed not far away and let out a loud boom. All kinds of light shone out. What do you want to do? Lil Wu was shocked. It's nothing, Xiao said indifferently. I remember you once said that you have absorbed a trace of supreme mystical qi. If I put you in the cauldron to refine it, I can at least refine half a trace of it. It's better than nothing. You coward! Xiao Wu was so scared that her face turned white. She hurriedly said, You can't do this to me. I've already refined that wisp of supreme profound qi clean. Even if I'm refined into dregs, there won't be any profound qi coming out. Oh, really? I'll only know after refining it. Ignoring his begging, Xiao threw him directly into the cauldron of mountain and river, then cast an incantation seal on it. With a rumble, the lid of the cauldron fell down and covered him. You're not human. Animal, let me out. Xiao remained unmoved as he kept sending all kinds of incantation seals into the cauldron and burning it with the Xingkue Li flame. The cauldron of mountain and river started to work, and it gave off colorful lights. Ling Mudi finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, Li Yunxiao, this isn't very good. Is it? There's nothing bad about it, Yunxiao said. This thing must still have Tai mystic qi. It just refuses to admit it. What if he really doesn't have it? Ling Mudi asked, stunned. Didn't you refine? Yunxiao chuckled and said, then I'll just take it that he's unlucky. If we refine it, we'll definitely be able to produce some treasures, and if we take them, they'll most likely strengthen our bodies and prolong our lives. Inside the cauldron, Lil Wu was already incomparably terrified. When he heard the conversation between the two, he completely broke down and wailed, let me out quickly. I'll tell you the truth. I still have half a trace of the Great One profound qi in my body. I'm willing to contribute all of it. Ling Mudi and the two demons were overjoyed. You're indeed dishonest, Yunxiao said coldly. Half a thread is not enough. When I refine you into half a thread, it'll be just enough. You're not human, I really only have half a strand left. If I want to condense another half, it'll take millions of years. Lil Wu sobbed in the cauldron with an extremely pitiful expression. I see. I'll believe you this time. Yunxiao slapped the cauldron of mountain and river with his palm, and the lid flew up immediately. Xiaowu was thrown out and fell to the ground, crying in grief. All right, don't cry. Be good. Yunxiao began to comfort him. Although the Kunwu divine tree had lived for many years, its intelligence had only just grown. Therefore, his face turned red and then black as he extorted the last bit of the Kunwu divine tree's Tai mystic qi. Lil Wu endured the boundless humiliation. With tears in his eyes, he forced out the tiny bit of supreme mystical qi from his body and slowly transferred it into Lin's soul light. In the endless years to come, this hatred was buried deep in the bottom of Xiaowu's heart, but it couldn't resist the washing of time. It became fainter and fainter, and finally made him forget it. All that was left was a hazy feeling that he wanted to grasp. But, in this vast universe, he could no longer find Yunxiao. At this moment, the anger and hatred in Lil Wu's heart were boundless. This was the third strand of Great One celestial qi that he had condensed. He had only condensed half of it before it was all transferred into Lin's body. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and the blood vessels under his skin were visible. His eyes were filled with hatred. Hihi. Not bad, very obedient. Yunxiao patted his forehead in praise. Xiao Wu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Yunxiao thought it was too noisy, so he did not bother to comfort him. With a wave of his hand, he sent him away. Lin's soul light began to change slightly under the input of that wisp of Great One mystic qi. They did not know if it was an illusion, but they all felt that it had become more spiritual. With this wisp of Tai celestial qi, Lady Lin's soul can be preserved for the time being, Yunxiao said joyfully. I'll nourish her soul light with the Grand Expansion divine technique, and when she wakes up, she can cultivate the Starlight soul refining technique like Lady Mudi, and maintain her life with the power of starlight. That's great. Can and Phoenix were both extremely excited. They bowed and thanked. Lord Yunxiao's kindness is something I will never forget. In the future, if there's anything you need us brothers to do, just say the word. No need to be polite. You're too polite, Yunxiao said. Lady Lin is doing this to save everyone. It's my duty. Then, Yunxiao used the Great Expansion divine technique in Mount Inch. The Maha-ancient characters appeared in the cave and shone with golden light. The power of the rule force was activated and scattered down, all of which integrated into the soul light ball. Ling Mudi watched Yunxiao's incantation gestures with a solemn face, constantly verifying what he had learned and benefiting a lot from it. A few hours later, Yunxiao, Phoenix, and Can came out of the Divine Realm tablet, and together with Phoenix they went to Yanwu. In the sky above a newly expanded cultivation area, the four of them appeared. The three demons were a little surprised, not knowing what was going on. These buildings were almost an imitation of New Yen City, with only slight modifications to the shape and rules. Yunxiao's eyes swept across the room, then landed on a secret chamber below. The three demons immediately understood and surrounded the secret room on three sides. Gu Qingqing, Xiao said with a faint smile. You've come from afar, and you didn't even greet me, the city lord. After all, we have quite a good relationship, so you're treating me like an outsider. When the three of them heard this, they immediately understood and sealed the space of the secret room, making it impossible for anything to enter or leave. Gu Qingqing's voice came from the secret room. She knew that she couldn't hide anymore, so she could only open the door and walk out. She was wearing an orange dress and had a smile on her face. When she saw the four of them, her heart sank, but her expression did not change and her eyes did not show any ripples. Xiao nodded. You're right. I'm indeed very busy, so I don't have much time to chat with you. Take out the heavenly fortune pill. Gu Qingqing squinted her eyes and smiled. Then I'll eat the pill. Can't you see that my strength has improved a lot? You're a smart man, Xiao said with a frown. Do you really want to be honest only when you're beaten? Gu Qingqing was furious. Why don't you trust me at all? Where was the most basic trust between people? I'm really eating it. Aing Luo. She even opened her mouth wide, as if she was letting him examine her. Xiao waved his hand and said, Catch him and beat him up. Then throw him into the cauldron of mountain and river. Add 3,000 materials and refine him together. Bring the pill back. Gu Qingqing felt the pressure from the three sides, and her face changed. She said angrily, Li Yunxiao, you're crazy. Xiao did not speak, but just looked at her coldly. At the same time, he took out his sword death and slashed the red, creating a sword realm to prevent Gu Qingqing from escaping. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Gu Qingqing cried out. With 3 Void Extreme Divine Realm experts and Xiao, she could not escape no matter how powerful she was. She gave in and cried out, The pill is on me. If you hit me, I'll really eat it. Xiao waved his hand to stop the 3 of them and said, You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Lady Gu Qingqing is also a cheap person. You coward! Gu Qingqing was so angry that she could not say a word. She gave Xiao a fierce glare, but at the same time, she was shocked. Why did 2 more men of the Void Realm suddenly appear, and they seemed to be quite submissive to him? Gu Qingqing was annoyed. I'll give you the heavenly fortune pill, and you'll take me to the most powerful place of the 10 rules to cultivate. I was interrupted by you not long after I entered closed-door cultivation, so I have to make up for it. Go to the City Lord's mansion and ask Su Liani to arrange a slightly better place for you to cultivate, Xiao said. You are not qualified to go to the best place. You're so silly. Gu Qingqing's face changed slightly, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Knowing that Xiao had completely excluded him as an outsider because he had suddenly snatched the pill away, he felt a little aggrieved, but he also knew that he had asked for it. The pill is for you. I'll find the place myself. Gu Qingqing was furious. She took out the golden furnace she had obtained from the Emperor Pill Tower and threw it over. Xiao checked it, and only after confirming that there was no mistake did he breathe a sigh of relief. He removed the lock on Gu Qingqing with his divine sense and said, I'm sorry, but the area within 10,000 miles of Yanwu has been marked as a forbidden area. No one is allowed to walk around freely. I want to move. Who can stop me? Gu Qingqing was furious. She turned into a green light and flew a few circles over Yanwu, then headed toward the sealed land. Do we care? Xiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, Let her be. As long as she doesn't mess around, she'll be a great help to Yanwu. The 3 of you can go back and cultivate. I still have some matters to attend to. The rules of the 10 directions are of no use to us, Ken said. Let's go back to the Divine Realm tablet and take care of Lady Lin. Xiao immediately took the 2 men back into the steel, while Yi returned to the sealed place to continue his cultivation. Since Lin had taught him the Buddhist demon's sacred art, his whole mind had been immersed in it, and under his calm appearance, he seemed to be a volcano that could erupt at any time. Xiao had also wanted to test the judge's current strength by capturing Gu Qingqing, but he did not expect Gu Qingqing to give in so easily. After the judge left, Xiao's figure flashed and he came to the City Lord's mansion. At this time, the City Lord's mansion had also expanded several times in size. Its previous style had completely changed, and it was now filled with a grand and majestic aura. In addition, the law enforcement team, Chamber of Commerce, Logistics, City Defense, and other organizations were also established, becoming a more complete city affairs center. As soon as Xianxia stepped into the city, he sensed everything in the city with his divine sense and sent out a voice transmission. Almost instantly, Su Lieni rushed over and appeared in front of him. "How's the martial arts competition?" Xianxia asked directly. "It's already been spread out, and the reaction will be huge. When the time comes, there will definitely be a lot of people who will rush over. In order to prevent warriors from entering the city, I'm considering if we should hold the martial arts competition in the capital of Firecrow Empire." Su Lieni said what she was thinking. "This is indeed a troublesome matter," Xianxia said. "You and Ling should discuss it. Before that, we need to set up the law enforcement team first so as to avoid having too many people and causing a great turmoil." Su Lieni laughed. "Alliance Master, don't worry. We have already considered all of this. The time will be set in 5 days. In 5 days? All right." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "Once this is done, the construction of Yanwu and the structure of the Heavenly Martial Alliance will be basically completed. You and Ling should put down whatever you're doing and focus on your cultivation. After all, your own strength is the foundation of everything." "Yes." Su Lieni bowed and replied. At this moment, she only felt that choosing to follow Xianxia was the most important and correct decision in her life, which was even better than being the master of the Heavenly One Pavilion. "You can leave now." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "I'm going to Myriad Stars Valley." When Su Lieni heard this, she frowned and said, "Xianxia is hesitating about joining the alliance. Perhaps I'm not qualified enough and can't invite him. If the alliance master personally goes, we will definitely succeed." Xianxia laughed. "When we were in the western region, Xianxia and I were allies who fought side by side and went through life and death together. I hope I can persuade him. I have 5 days, which is a good time for me to make a trip to the western region." Soon, the inter-province teleportation array in Yanwu was activated. He had never had direct contact with the western region, so he could only take the money sex business route. He first teleported to the main city of the western region, then used his escape technique to head to the Myriad Star Valley. With his current strength, he reached the valley in 6 hours. "I, Li Yunxiao from Yanwu, have come to visit you, old friend. I wonder if you are in the valley." His voice was like a wave of water that spread in circles. The entire valley could hear it clearly, and everyone turned pale with fright. Yunxiao's name was like the sun in the sky now. Except for those old monsters who had been in seclusion for more than several years, no one did not know him. Xianxia had been in the valley the whole time and did not dare to be negligent. A golden light rose from the valley and fell on the floating cloud. It was Xianxia, who he had not seen for a long time. In a flash, he appeared beside Yunxiao, cupped his fists, and laughed. "Haha, my good friend Yunxiao." At first, he wanted to call Yunxiao brother, but at first glance, Yunxiao's strength was unfathomable, which shocked him greatly. He immediately had the idea to call him good friend. "How have you been, brother?" Yunxiao laughed. When he heard Yunxiao call him brother, Xianxia was relieved and shouted, "Brother Yunxiao, you're rising to fame now. Even I have to look up to you." Yunxiao nodded and said, "You're being too humble, brother. I've only created an alliance, and it's all thanks to my friends from all over the world that I'm able to get the Heavenly Martial Union's reputation. I don't know if elder brother will give me this face." Xianxia was amazed. He naturally understood Yunxiao's purpose in coming. He had only said a few words, but Yunxiao had already brought him to the main topic. Moreover, the matter of whether or not he wanted to join the alliance had directly become whether or not he wanted to give them face. If he answered whether or not he wanted to join the alliance, it would be equivalent to saying that he was not giving them face. This answer was really difficult. Yunxiao also looked at him with a smile, as if he was waiting patiently. "Haha, look at what you're saying, brother." Xianxia patted Yunxiao's arm and said with a smile, "It's rare for younger brother to come to the Myriad Stars Valley. The outside isn't a place to discuss matters. Come, I'll take you to play in the valley first. and then serve you with good wine and fruit, and we'll have a good talk." Without waiting for Yunxiao's answer, he pulled Yunxiao and flew into the valley, while ordering the banquet to be prepared. The valley was like an otherworldly paradise. The scenery was beautiful, the forest was deep, and exotic flowers and plants bloomed everywhere. There were tall bamboos and pine trees, flying springs and waterfalls, and the chirping of mountain birds. Yunxiao was also a little relaxed and happy. Xianxia had only taken him on a trip and did not mention anything about joining the alliance. Soon, the pulp wine spirit fruit was ready, and a disciple came to report. Only then did Xianxia lead Yunxiao into the Myriad Stars Palace in the valley to attend the banquet. After 3 rounds of wine, Xianxia suddenly said, "What does younger brother think of my Myriad Stars Valley?" "It's a paradise," Yunxiao praised. "It's a paradise on earth." "Hee hee." Xianxia laughed smugly. "If you live in this valley all day long, standing aloof from the world and living a carefree life, would you be willing to go out and participate in the world's disputes? To conquer the world?" Yunxiao knew what he meant. He smiled and said, "If you didn't mean it, why did you eat the Soul Devourer sect?" Although annihilating the Soul Devourer sect was a piece of cake, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. There must have been many casualties. Since you don't have any intention of becoming a king, why didn't you cherish your disciple's life and do such a casual thing? "The Soul Devourer sect is different," Xianxia said. "The enmity between the 2 sects has been going on for a long time, and 2 tigers can't live on the same mountain. If I don't eat it, it will eat me sooner or later." How could he allow others to sleep beside the bed? Not to mention such a dangerous sect. "You're right, brother," Yunxiao nodded. "You have a point. 100,000 years ago, the Demon Lord Emperor crossed the border and came here. He swept across the entire heavenly martial realm and wreaked havoc in the world. No one could defeat him. In the end, the world united and joined hands to seal it. This was in exchange for 100,000 years of peace and freedom. Today's demon world is the Soul Devourer sect of the Western region. How can you allow others to sleep beside your bed? Not to mention that the person who's sleeping wants to drive you away." Xianxia was very depressed. Yunxiao had changed the topic with a few words, and he had used his own words as an example, making him speechless. "Since you have the courage to wipe out the Soul Devourer sect and make the Myriad Stars Valley free and unfettered, you should also have the spirit to wipe out the Devil World and let the entire heavenly martial realm enjoy peace and prosperity," Yunxiao said with cupped fists. Xianxia was unhappy and didn't want to agree, but he couldn't win the argument, so he could only say, "Younger brother's words are reasonable, but first of all, I'm old and no longer as brave as I was. Secondly, the matter of leading the world against the alien races should be left to the Sacred Zone and the Sea of Soul Formation to worry about. There's no need for you to worry so much, brother." "Humph. Can the Saints and the Sea of Soul Formation still be relied on?" During the Battle of 5 Cloud Mountain, he was personally involved. "I'm well aware of the virtue of the Sanctuary Realm. As for the Sea of Soul Formation, it has colluded with the demonic realm and has become a cancer of the world," Yunxiao said with a fierce look. "Is it true that the Sea of Soul Formation is colluding with the demonic realm?" Xianxia was shocked. Although he had heard of it, there was too much messy information, making it difficult for him to distinguish. "Of course it's true. It's a coincidence that this little brother knows about it in detail." Yunxiao immediately told him about Lu Congzi and Bo Yuqing in detail, and even the various grudges of their lineage, which were no longer secrets. Xianxia was dumbfounded and said in shock, "In that case, not only can the Sea of Soul Formation not become the leader of the human race, but it will also be the vanguard of the demon race." Yunxiao's eyes shone with a cold light as he nodded and said, "That's right. Therefore, I won't hide it from you. My next plan is to lead everyone to get rid of Lu Congzi and uproot his evil forces in the Sea of Soul Formation." "What?" Xianxia was shocked. "You want to attack the Soul Formation Sea?" "Yes," Yunxiao nodded and said, "There is a plan, but everything will have to wait until the Heavenly Martial Alliance has taken all the measures. The Alliance leader's position is still hanging in the air." We'll wait until the martial arts competition 4 days from now to decide on the alliance leader before we plan our attack on the Sea of Soul formation. Xianxia couldn't hold it in anymore, and his breathing became heavy. It seems like the world is really going to be in chaos. It's more than just chaotic? Yunxiao sneered. It's earth-shaking. I'll tell you one more thing. The 10 rules of the world will reappear in the world after Yanwu. I've already ordered people to seal the power of the natural order as much as possible to delay its spread. Before the demonic tribulation is safely passed, if you want to truly step into the God realm, you can only join the Heavenly Martial Union. There's no other way. Xianxia's body trembled. This matter was also his first consideration. Otherwise, he would have rejected it long ago. He was afraid that he would mess up his relationship with the Heavenly Martial Union and have his resources stuck on his path to godhood. However, he had never expected the Heavenly Martial League to be so ruthless as to monopolize the 10 rules. If one did not resist the demons, one would not become a god. Xianxia was extremely dissatisfied and said in a deep voice, "Younger brother, don't blame me for speaking too much. The 10 rules are shared by everyone in the realm of heavenly martial arts. The Heavenly Martial Union doesn't seem to have the right to seal it." "Hee. I'm not qualified," Yunxiao said with a smile. "But is qualification the only thing in this world?" "No, it was strength. It's fine as long as you have strength." Xianxia said, "Brother, your words seem to be a little too much. Once the power of rules is sealed, you're going against everyone in the world. No matter how strong the Heavenly Martial League was, it couldn't withstand the wrath of the world. Right? Little brother, you're undoubtedly playing with fire." Yunxiao chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter if you're or not. In short, we'll become gods first. Those who want to go against the Heavenly Martial League will have to slowly mix around on their own. With the Heavenly Martial League's current strength, they could resist the world for 10 to 20 years. If we can't resist it in the end, it's simple. I'll blow up the place where the law is released. No one can play around with it. It'll be over." Xianxia's mouth was wide open. He did not understand the situation and did not know if it could really explode. He only felt cold sweat all over his body as he said awkwardly, "Younger brother, isn't this move a little too vicious? We'll all be finished if we can't resist the demonic tribulation," Yunxiao said coldly. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "What are the benefits and obligations of joining the Heavenly Martial League?" He had already been persuaded, or rather, he had been frightened. Elder brother is indeed a smart person. There are many benefits to this. Let's slowly discuss. As for duty, it's naturally to resist the demons and listen to the Alliance Master's orders," Yunxiao said with a smile. He knew that the matter was almost done. After that, the two of them talked about the general trend of the world, the various forces, as well as the fate of each party in the future. Xianxia had no choice but to agree to join the Heavenly Martial Union. After agreeing, his heart also heated up, and he wished he could fly to Yanwu as soon as possible to study the rules of 10 directions. "All the members of the Heavenly Martial League are qualified to participate in the fight for the chief position," Yunxiao said. "I can also show my skills and win the first place." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Little brother, don't make fun of me. I only have a few tricks. I'll be embarrassed if I go up. I'd better find a quiet place to cultivate and strive to step into the God realm as soon as possible to prolong my life. As long as we can survive the demonic tribulation, everyone can live longer," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Otherwise, even if we can live for 1,000 years, we will still end up in a miserable state. Don't worry, brother. Since I've decided to join, I'll do my best to resist the demons and won't be half-hearted," Xianxia said seriously. He also knew that this matter was of great importance, and everyone had a responsibility to the rise and fall of the world. He would not joke around. "Thank you, brother," Yunxiao said in great joy. "I'll have to thank you then," Xianxia said. "Send some people here. Build a fixed passage between Myriad Stars Valley and Yanwu. It's best to connect the Myriad Stars Valley with the major sects of the North region so that they can better coordinate with each other." "I was thinking the same," Yunxiao laughed, and the two hit it off. Without hesitation, Xingzi selected a group of martial emperor powerhouses to go to Yanwu with him to cultivate. As for the construction of the passageway, he left it to the vice sect leader to handle. The Myriad Stars Valley had suffered heavy casualties in the Battle of Wutian, Five Cloud Mountain, and the battle to level the Soul Devourer sect. Now, besides Xingzi's extraordinary strength, the gap in the sect's disciples was severe, and almost all the elites were dead. This was also the main reason why Xingzi did not want to join the Heavenly Martial Union. He wanted to spend a few decades to restore the vitality of his sect. However, the Heavenly Martial League had monopolized the power of the 10 rules, cutting off his path to godhood. With the demonic tribulation in front of them, it would be difficult for them to stay out of it. It would be better for them to take the initiative to come out and face all kinds of challenges. Perhaps it would make the Myriad Star Valley stronger as soon as possible. After returning to Yanwu, Yunxiao asked Su Liani to make arrangements for the people of Myriad Stars Valley, and at the same time, spread the news that Myriad Stars Valley had joined the alliance. The commotion caused was no less than the establishment of the Heavenly Martial Union. With that, the western and southern regions' sphere of influence was completely included in the Heavenly Martial Alliance. A super-alliance occupied the two regions and penetrated deep into the northern region. Its strength and reputation had already surpassed the two Holy Lands. At this time, everyone finally realized that the situation had changed. If the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation were still Holy Lands, then the Heavenly Martial Union was undoubtedly a super-holy land. Super Holy Land? One day, when we can compete with Mysterious Separation Island, Yunxiao said with a faint smile, maybe we can live up to the name of Super Holy Land. A few days later, the battle for the Alliance Master finally began in the capital of Firecrow Empire. The experts from all over the world had come to the capital of Firecrow Empire. If it was a few years ago, these people would never have dreamed that they would one day set foot on the land of the southern region, a region that was almost forgotten and abandoned. When they discovered that the Firecrow Empire's spirit energy was not inferior to that of the other three regions, they were all shocked. He seemed to believe the legend of the 10 rules more. Many people took this opportunity to get closer to Yanwu, and they were even more shocked to find that the closer they got to Yanwu, the thicker the heaven and earth spiritual energy became. It was almost no less than that of the 7 major sects. When they were about to enter the city, they were stopped by a powerful formation. What made them break down was that the people enforcing the law in front of the gate were all powerhouses above the martial supreme realm. What? Only martial emperors and above can enter Yanwu to cultivate, and you must join the Heavenly Martial Union. Crazy. They're all crazy. Did Yunxiao know what he was doing? Does he think that Yanwu is the #1 cultivation holy land in the world? He's really a madman. Humph, in the past, I wouldn't even come to a place where birds don't even shit, a place where I wouldn't even come even if I knelt down and begged. How dare you put on airs? It's better if you don't come. There were all sorts of complaints, disdain, mockery, shock, doubt, and all sorts of complicated emotions and attitudes. However, the law enforcement team ignored them. As long as they did not disobey the rules, they would not take action. They just kept everyone outside Yanwu. There were also some who requested to join the Heavenly Martial League, and they were brought to a room for all sorts of registration. According to their cultivation level, they could receive a storage bag with valuable items inside. Furthermore, after joining the Heavenly Martial Union, every time one's cultivation level increased, they could come to the General Union to receive gifts, which were basically all kinds of spirit stones and heavenly materials and earthly treasures suitable for their new cultivation level. Their duty was to listen to the Alliance leader's orders, to fight against the demons, and not to betray the Alliance. If they wanted to quit halfway, they had to return all the things they had obtained, and then compensate them with primordial stones based on the increase in their cultivation. Although the conditions were a little strange, they were all reasonable. Moreover, warriors below the rank of Martial Emperor could go to Sky Ridge, Dreamy Cloud Swampland, or Blade Ridge and Sword Peak to cultivate if they joined. This was far more attractive to them than Yanwu, and soon many people joined. Half of the buildings in the capital of Firecrow Empire had been demolished, and all the mortals had been relocated. Su Lian's plan was to use this place as a place for martial arts. There were no seats in the entire capital, and everyone was watching from the sky. Chu Hongyan, Feini, Chen Duantian, and Wan Xingzi, the four sect masters, stood in the void. Their auras were astonishing, and each of them was outstanding. Qian Shang, Su Lian, Ding Ling and the other elders of the Merchant Union also appeared in the sky with smiles on their faces. As soon as these experts who stood at the peak of the continent appeared, they immediately attracted a large number of gazes, and all sorts of discussions broke out. But, as soon as Yun Xiao appeared, he did not release his aura. But he suppressed everyone's attention and drew everyone's eyes to him. The entire capital fell silent. Everyone looked at this man who rose like a comet and reached the peak of the continent in the blink of an eye. "Welcome to the southern region," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Welcome, everyone." He paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. "Why did I say the southern region and not Yanwu?" Everyone fell into deep thought and discussed among themselves. They all shook their heads slightly, not quite understanding. Even Chu Hongyan and the others were curious. They looked at each other, but no one had an answer. "Is it because the southern region is more rare than Yanwu?" Feini asked, tapping her chin with her finger. Yun Xiao shook his head and glanced at everyone, then said indifferently, "Because from today onwards, the entire southern region will be under the control of Yanwu. In other words, Yanwu has its own region. Do you understand now?" All kinds of exclamations rose and fell, and everyone's eyes widened. "You heard me right," Yun Xiao said. "I'll repeat myself. From this day on, the entire southern region would be under the control of Yanwu. Everyone must remember this clearly. Don't lose your life in a moment of carelessness." "Arrogant." Finally, someone couldn't help but angrily rebuked. "Your sect alone occupies an entire region. I've never heard of such an outrageous thing in all of history. They're simply going too far." The Heavenly Martial League's elders also had bitter smiles on their faces. They felt that this idea was too bold and frightening. To think that he dared to say it. However, he was probably the only one in the world who would dare to say it. "That's what I want," Yun Xiao said lightly. "I want to open something unprecedented in history." "What? Does this friend have an opinion?" He glanced over and stared at the man. He waved his hand and said, "Since you have an opinion, then come out and have a good talk." The man's face changed drastically. He was so frightened by Yun Xiao's gaze that he kept quiet out of fear. He did not dare to go out, but tried his best to squeeze into the crowd. Yun Xiao's eyes turned cold as he clenched his fingers, and the space immediately distorted. The man was pulled over and grabbed by the neck. "And no objections. Raise both hands, agree." The man's face and neck turned red as he desperately squeezed out these words from his throat. Then, he raised his hands and shouted, "I absolutely agree." Yun Xiao patted him on the head and said, "In life, you must be careful with your words. Seeing that you've realized this early, I'll let it go this time. In the future, before you speak, you have to think more, understand? Otherwise, why do people have brains? They're used to think." Right. What Lord Cloudsky said is extremely true." The man shed tears of gratitude. After bowing to express his thanks, he quickly ran back into the crowd, not daring to say another word. Yun Xiao's eyes swept across the room coldly, and he said, "Is there any other friend who thinks it's inappropriate? Please come out and talk." The entire sky was silent, without a single sound. Everyone knew that going out at this time would be equivalent to committing suicide. The unprecedented absurdity of a sect monopolizing an entire region would definitely cause public indignation. When the time came, there would be experts to take care of Yanwu, and they would not have to worry about it. "Since none of you have any objections," Yun Xiao said with a smile, "it's settled then. As the city lord of Yanwu, thank you for giving me face." Everyone's expression was not too good. No one dared to object, but the muffled groans rose and fell. One of them coughed and said, "Let's not talk about this. These are the private affairs of Yanwu, and it's not convenient for us to participate and listen. Let's get down to business. Who's the leader of the Heavenly Martial Union?" Right. Let's get down to business. The rest of the people echoed. No one wanted to hear about his sect and region. They all sneered in their hearts. He had done such a heaven-defying thing. He could only wait for the condemnation of the whole world. It's very simple, Xianxia said. The position of alliance leader will be occupied by the capable. Any member of the Heavenly Martial Union can come and challenge me. He flew higher into the sky and looked down at the ground. He said loudly, Li Yunxiao will be waiting for all the challengers here. His eyes swept across the room and landed on Chen Duantian. As long as you can fight to the end, you will be the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Brother Duantian, it's your chance to show off your skills. Qian Shang teased. Humph. Chen Duantian did not bother to talk to him. He turned to Tian Xingzi and said, Brother, in the entire Heavenly Martial League in terms of experience and strength, you are the one I respect the most. If there's anyone I'm convinced of, it's you, brother. Tian Xingzi stroked his beard and smiled faintly. The Heavenly Martial League's momentum is like the midday sun. It's only a matter of time before they suppress the two sacred lands and dominate the world. Being the alliance head once was akin to being the sovereign of the world and leaving his name for generations to come. It was indeed a great temptation. It's just a pity that I'm old and don't have the ambition anymore. I'm in my prime. So why are you talking about Sundra? Chen Duantian replied. Tian Xingzi waved his hand and interrupted him. Brother, you don't have to say anything more. I can only say that luck is not right. This world belongs to you young people. I no longer have any desire to win. Chen Duantian nodded and did not insist. He strode toward Yunxiao, his eyes gradually turning sharp. In that case, I'll throw the brick to attract the jade and show my incompetence first. Chen Duantian's aura continued to rise, and the space around him trembled. The onlookers in the distance were shocked, and they all retreated. Su Lianyi immediately ordered her underlings to activate the array. Instantly, 6 light pillars shot up from all directions and into the sky. The clouds churned, and a colorful light spread out. The power of an extremely strong barrier pushed out in all directions like a wave. All the martial artists watching the battle retreated again and again, only stopping when they were 30,000 meters away. Yunxiao and Chen Duantian were the only 2 people in the entire space of the enchantment, facing each other. Yunxiao smiled faintly. Sect leader Duantian is indeed of noble character. You know that you are embarrassing yourself, but you still stand up. You are indeed worthy of being one of the 7 sect leaders, a role model for the world. I'm sorry, Chen Duantian said expressionlessly. People like to hide things these days. In order to choose a worthy leader for the Heavenly Martial Alliance, I have no choice but to take the lead. It seems that the sect master spirit is friendship first, competition second, Yunxiao said. It's really touching. I will definitely fulfill sect leader's wish and do my best to display my style and standard. I will definitely not show any mercy. Humph. Chen Duantian grunted and said, Let's begin. He grabbed at the air, and tens of thousands of light blue specks of light gathered, trembling as they condensed into a sword with a cold glint. Yunxiao gave him a feeling that he was more powerful than before he opened Langya Heaven, so he did not dare to be careless. With the sword in his hand, he immediately stabbed at him. They're taking action. Sect Master Chen Duantian made the first move? No way. The outside of the arena exploded with all kinds of shocked discussions. In their eyes, although Yunxiao was the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang, he was still young, and his cultivation base could not be compared with the 7 sect masters. Although this battle was interesting, Chen Duantian would most likely win. Most people had the same thought, so when they saw Chen Duantian make the first move, they could not help but be shocked. Is Yunxiao so strong that even Chen Duantian is so afraid of him that he can't help but make the first move? Yunxiao raised his right hand, which had turned golden, and flicked his finger. With a flash of golden light and a clang, the finger light hit the blue sword and knocked it away. Whoosh! Chen Duantian's face darkened as his sword swept out like a hissing snake, turning into 100 shadows in the air and covering Yunxiao in a dazzling sight. It's useless. Yunxiao chuckled and turned a blind eye to the myriad of changes. He put two fingers together and thrust them forward, using the simplest sword momentum to cope with all the changes. Dang! All the sword shadows disappeared, and Chen Duantian's sword was held horizontally in front of him. But it was actually suppressed by the two fingers and could not move. How can he be so strong? Chen Duantian's heart was filled with horror, while Yunxiao's smile revealed an unparalleled confidence, which felt like a huge stone pressing on his heart. Could it be that Xianxia? Chen Duantian had a bad feeling about this. The power of that finger had almost suppressed all of his strength. This kind of transcendent strength was definitely not something that could exist between people of the same level. It had to be at the divine sovereign realm. He sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his hands and feet turn cold. He finally understood why Tian Xingzi refused to come out. He must have seen through Yunxiao's current strength and cultivation base, which was most likely at the divine sovereign realm. A sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart, but he could not admit defeat on the spot under the eyes of thousands of people, or his reputation would be ruined. He was instantly disheartened by the fact that he had won the competition for Alliance Master. Now, he only hoped that he wouldn't lose too badly. Sword Dance, Wind Emblem. Chen Duantian gritted his teeth and poured all of his energy into the sword. His clear voice reverberated in the sky like a spring in the mountains. Instantly, the sky was filled with sword shadows, like the autumn wind and falling leaves, dancing in the sky. In that sword intent, there was less killing intent and fierceness, and more of it was pure sword comprehension. The crowd outside the enchantment barrier cried out in shock, their eyes wide open. The thousands of sword shadows were like clouds and mist, and the myriad of phenomena were like colorful clouds flying. Hee hee. Wan Xingzi suddenly grinned and said, "Poor Chen Duantian. He's been blinded by his reputation. He's going to suffer." Qian Sheng was also secretly surprised. Although he had guessed that Chen Duantian was most likely not Yunxiao's match, he did not expect that he would be suppressed so badly that he would use all his skills, which were almost his most powerful ultimate skills, as soon as he came up. In the face of the tens of thousands of sword shadows, Yunxiao was as quiet as a virgin. A layer of lightning appeared on his body, sticking to it like an armor, and no matter how the sword beams spun, they could not penetrate it. Chen Duantian's face grew uglier and uglier. Yunxiao must have stepped into the realm of Divine Sovereign, and he was no ordinary Divine Sovereign realm expert. But Yunxiao did not make a move. Instead, he stood quietly in the sword shadows, letting Chen Duantian perform a little longer so that he would not lose too much face. After all, Chen Duantian was one of the 7 sect masters and had a high prestige. Moreover, they were allies now. It was easier to get along with each other if there was a line of leeway. Chen Duantian seemed to have understood Yunxiao's thoughts. With a grateful look in his eyes, he waved the sword with more effort, at least to let the audience enjoy it. What a strong sword intent, Sword Dance Wind Emblem. I can't believe I'm able to see Sect Master Duantian use it in person. This move is enough to defeat opponents stronger than him. Yunxiao has been covered by the sword shadows, and he can't fight back. I'm afraid he's going to be defeated. It's not shameful to lose to this move, after all, he's still young. There were all sorts of discussions around him. Some were surprised, but some were also sarcastic. Humph, don't act tough before you have the strength. I thought he was very capable, but he's still a coward in front of the 7 sect masters. He doesn't even dare to move. Chu Hongyan and the others listened to the discussions around them and smiled without saying a word. Finally, when Yunxiao saw that Chen Duantian was almost done, he said, "Sect leader Duantian, I'm going to make my move." Chen Duantian's body trembled as he said in surprise, "All right, I hope you can do it." "Don't worry." Yunxiao interrupted him with a smile. "I'm not worried." All of a sudden, his face turned extremely ferocious. The veins on his body popped out and countless lightning patterns flickered on his body. "Chen Duantian, you're really strong. You actually forced me to use my strongest trump card, the super big thunder bomb." He pretended to be angry and condensed the lightning in front of him into the shape of a huge egg. The visual effect was amazing. What's that? Such terrifying lightning. My God! Outside the wizardry barrier, Everyone's eyes were wide open. The power of the thunderbolt penetrated the wizardry barrier and made them feel the danger. Their expressions changed drastically. Such a terrifying thunderbolt. It won't turn the tables. Will it? Chun Duantian was taken aback as well, but he soon realized that although the huge egg-shaped lightning looked scary, it was actually not very powerful. Knowing that Yun Xiao was deliberately mystifying it to give him a way out, he could not help but feel grateful. Super big thunder bomb. Explode. Boom! With a flash of lightning, the two of them were swallowed up. Everyone felt a pain in their eyes. The entire barrier was filled with green light, and they could not see anything else. Li Yun Xiao, thank you. Hehe, we'll be a family in the future. You're welcome. Hehe, thank you, thank you. From now on, the Blade Sect will listen to the Alliance Master's orders. Chun Duantian shed tears of gratitude and was completely convinced. When the green light slowly faded, he suddenly punched himself in the chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and shouted, Li Yun Xiao, you're really powerful. He passed out and fell from the sky. A figure immediately rushed into the barrier and pulled Chun Duantian up with a force. This Ing Luo can't be, right? We lost just like that? Chun Duantian, one of the 7 sect masters, was defeated by Li Yun Xiao. Everyone was dumbfounded by the outcome, as if they could not accept Chun Duantian's defeat. Yun Xiao clapped his hands, cupped his fists, and said, Sect leader Duantian really lives up to his reputation. He almost won against me. After giving face to Zuchin and Duantian, he looked into the crowd and said, Who else wants to compete with me for the Alliance Chief? Naturally, no one from the true Heavenly Martial League would come out to fight for it. There were only 2 purposes for this show. The first was to completely subdue the Blade Sect and make them submit to him. The second was to use Chun Duantian as a stepping stone to establish Yun Xiao's prestige in front of the world. Now that the 2 points were basically reached, Chu Hongyan and the others nodded with a smile, and the competition for the position of Alliance Chief was basically over. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out, came from far away and was extremely long. A figure instantly appeared in the sky and shouted, This lady will compete with you, Gu Qing Qing. The Heavenly Martial League's members' expressions changed as they looked on in shock. Yun Xiao's face darkened as well, and he scolded, What are you doing here? Gu Qingqing pouted and snorted. What? I'm not allowed to participate. Didn't they say that all the members of the Heavenly Martial Union could accept the challenge? Why can't I? Are you from the Heavenly Martial Union? Yun Xiao snorted coldly. Are you from the Heavenly Martial Union? I'm from Shenshao Palace, Gu Qingqing said with a smile. Naturally, I'm also from the Heavenly Martial Union. Both Yun Xiao and Chu Hongyan were stunned. She was right. So, Gu Qingqing was really a member of the Heavenly Martial Union. Who is this little girl? I've never seen her before. A hidden expert of the Divine Cloud Palace? Even the Palace Lord of Shenshao Palace was not competing, so what was she competing for? Could she win? Even if he wins, he'll be above the Palace Master. When Gu Qingqing came out, the elders of Shenshao Palace had heard about her, but they had never seen her. Now, they were inexplicably happy and excited. Gu Qingqing's prestige was so high that she was famous even in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Not to mention in the Divine Cloud Palace, she was like an immortal. Even Long Jihan's body trembled slightly as he muttered excitedly, Is it our ancestor? If Ancestor Lang can lead the Heavenly Martial Alliance, it would be the great fortune of the Divine Cloud Palace. Hearing this, Chu Hongyan frowned and looked troubled. Besides, Gu Qingqing's strength was extraordinary, and Yun Xiao was not sure if he could win. You've been causing trouble for me since 5 Cloud Mountain, Yun Xiao said coldly. It seems that it's time to teach you a lesson. Gu Qingqing's face changed, and she said in shock, You're so strong. Yun Xiao's body was integrated, his cultivation base was at the Divine Sovereign Realm, and he had a lot of divine abilities and mystic artifacts, so he was very confident that he could defeat Gu Qingqing. To prevent her from causing trouble in the future, especially at some critical times where it was impossible to guard against, it was not a bad choice to beat her up and make her more obedient. Gu Qingqing was shocked. You've entered the divine sovereign justice realm. Her expression changed slightly, and she took a few steps back in the air to avoid the killing intent. She hurriedly said, "Don't do anything yet. If I don't do anything just because you say so, where would my face be?" Yunxiao's eyes gleamed coldly as he moved behind the man in an instant and swung his sword at him. Sparks rose from the sword with a whooshing sound, and a hole was burned in the sky. Gu Qingqing hurriedly dodged to the side, but found that the space was frozen by a strong force, which slowed her down. A ribbon draped over his body was instantly burned to ashes, and the lapels on his arms were also blackened. "Wait. I don't want to fight for the position of alliance leader with you." Gu Qingqing suddenly stepped back, leaving hundreds of afterimages, dazzling people's eyes. Yunxiao slowly put away the sword and said, "So you're here to get beaten?" Gu Qingqing put away all the afterimages and laughed. "It's too tiring to be the alliance leader. I'm not suitable. I'm here to fight for the position of vice alliance leader. The vice alliance leader should also rely on his own strength to rise to the top and convince everyone." "That's not right. The vice chief is appointed by me," Yunxiao said coldly. "If I say you are, you are. If I say you are not, you are not." Originally, it was nothing for the deputy chief to let the people recommend him or have a martial battle to decide. But Gu Qingqing's disturbance had made Yunxiao wary. If more and more people joined the Heavenly Martial League in the future, and some Void God Realm experts appeared, such as Yi, who also wanted to compete for the position of the deputy leader, it would be a big headache. Therefore, with a quick thought, he took all the power in his hands and even appointed the vice alliance leader. This would cut off the possibility of chaos in the future. "How can you be so overbearing and exclusive? I'm not convinced," Gu Qingqing shouted. "All the members of the Heavenly Martial League must take it as their responsibility to fight against the demons," Yunxiao said with a sneer. "They must obey the chief's orders. Now that I'm the alliance head, my words are the rules. If you don't accept it, then I can only use the alliance's rules to punish you." "League rules? What are the league rules?" Gu Qingqing frowned. Su Lianyi and the others had a bad feeling. The alliance had just been established and they had only specified some simple rules and organizations. There were no detailed rules. Although those who joined the alliance had to obey the alliance master's orders, there was no punishment for disobeying. Yunxiao sneered. "Alliance master has the right to change the rules. I'll announce one thing now. Whoever disobeys the order will be judged according to the circumstances. If the circumstances are serious, Alliance Master has the right to put them to death." As soon as he said this, not only Gu Qingqing, but even Tian Xingzi, Qianshang, and the others' expressions changed slightly. However, this rule was flexible and the so-called "depends on the circumstances" was full of tricks. The onlookers were in an uproar. In this way, Yunxiao basically had real control over all the sects that had joined. Gu Qingqing was also shocked. Yunxiao stared at her coldly and said, "If you disobey my order now, I won't kill you. I'll hit you 100 times." Gu Qingqing's face turned red, and she said angrily, "Pervert! Wretched!" She was a woman, so it was better to be cut 100 times than to be hit 100 times. "As a member of the Heavenly Martial League," Yunxiao said coldly, "you insulted me. Don't you deserve to be beaten? Take her down." At his order, Ling Moody and the others immediately attacked. Several figures surrounded Gu Qingqing. The elders of Xianxia Palace were all dumbfounded. They saw their palace master also raise his sword and walk over. Yan Jihan was shocked. "Palace master?" Chu Hongyan said calmly, "There's no order without rules. Although Gu Qingqing is a senior of the Divine Cloud Palace, she doesn't have such a privilege." Then, he appeared beside Gu Qingqing and pointed his sword at her. The elders of Xianxia Palace were all stunned. They stood there, not knowing what to do. Hua Shang and the others pondered for a moment and followed. Suddenly, all the experts in the sky gathered and surrounded Gu Qingqing, unable to escape. In fact, Gu Qingqing wasn't a bad person, but she was too casual and unruly. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the invitation from Shenli Island and slept alone in the eternal world for thousands of years. Yunxiao's purpose of making a mountain out of a molehill was also to give her a warning. to let her know the gravity of the matter. Chu Hongyan said in a deep voice, "Senior, although you are an ancestor of the Divine Cloud Palace, you are also a disciple of the Divine Cloud Palace. You don't listen to the orders of the palace or the Alliance Master. You are too unruly and irresponsible. If Feiyong kicks you out of the Heavenly Martial Union, I'll have no choice but to kick you out of the Divine Firmament Palace." Gu Qingqing's face turned pale, and she said angrily, "Don't you dare!" She didn't care about the Heavenly Martial League, but the Divine Cloud Palace was her home. Although her old friend wasn't there, she had deep feelings and honor for it. Could be said that it was her restraint. "I'm the Palace Master of Xianxia Palace. Why wouldn't I dare?" Chu Hongyan said. This wasn't just a matter of whether he dared or not, it was something he should have done. Senior is also the previous Palace Master, so you should understand. The former Palace Master urged Gu Qingqing to urge her. The people in the distance were all shocked. They immediately understood who this woman was, and they were all shocked. It's Gu Qingqing, the one who sealed the monster race in the Five Cloud Mountain. Oh my God! Did she also come out from the Eternal World? So it's true that there are many peerless experts sealed in the Eternal World. The Heavenly Martial League even dared to attack Gu Qingqing. Are they crazy? Do you think they can win? All sorts of clamors rang out as the people who were watching the show did not mind the commotion. They were all on stimulants as they watched excitedly. Gu Qingqing's face was gloomy, and after a long time, she said, "All right, I was wrong this time, but with this lady's strength and prestige, could it be that I can't even be the Vice Alliance Master?" As soon as these words came out, everyone burst into an uproar, and everyone's expression changed. "No way? Lady Gu Qingqing is apologizing. Are you admitting defeat? Back then, you dominated the world and suppressed the entire demon race in the Five Cloud Mountain. How could such a peerless Tigger be afraid of the Heavenly Martial Union? Is she really Gu Qingqing? You're not acting, are you?" All sorts of noises could be heard from all around, but the people in the hall ignored them. As a top master, there were all kinds of legends. Some were good, some were bad, some were real, and some were fake. He didn't have the energy to listen to them one by one, nor did he have the energy to argue about them one by one. He was used to the discussions of the crowd and became indifferent. "It's up to me to decide whether it works or not," Yunxiao said. "It's not up to you." Gu Qingqing was annoyed. "Fine. Whatever you say," she said. "Take Gu Qingqing away first." Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "We'll decide how to deal with her after today's matter is over." Gu Qingqing's face turned pale with anger, but she knew that even if she resisted, she would only be humiliated. If he were caught by Yunxiao and spanked 100 times in front of the crowd, he would not be able to live. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yunxiao sealed all the important acupoints on Gu Qingqing's body, and she was taken away by several warriors. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself. The Heavenly Martial League has just been established, and some people are still following the rules. However, no matter who it is, as long as they break the rules of the League, they will not be forgiven easily." Yunxiao shouted. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, especially those from the Heavenly Martial League, whose expressions were not too good. He even dared to beat up the legendary peerless expert. This Alliance Master was too heaven-defying. Lingmu Di nodded slightly, his eyes full of admiration. When the demonic tribulation descended, they needed a strong leader to unite their hearts. "If no one challenges me in today's martial arts competition," Yunxiao said, "I'll be the alliance leader." After what happened between Chen Duantian and Gu Qingqing, no one would dare to challenge him. Originally, Chen Duantian was the only one who refused to come to his senses, so Su Lianyi and the others deliberately made the matter bigger so that Yunxiao could establish his authority. Gu Qingqing's incident was a complete accident, but it had turned a disaster into a blessing, and it had greatly increased Yunxiao's prestige. Everyone suppressed the complicated emotions in their hearts and began to put on smiles as they congratulated him. "Hee. Congratulations to Cloud Sky City Lord for reaching the top of the world. City Lord is a young hero, truly unprecedented in history." Yunxiao smiled, cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, everyone, for your appreciation and honor. The Heavenly Martial Union has just been established and is weak. If we want to establish ourselves, we will need your help in the future. At the same time, we welcome all of you to join us." Everyone was speechless. He dared to beat up Gu Qingqing and bet on her, and he was even weak. Full marks for this act. You're too kind. I hope that the Heavenly Martial Alliance will take care of us in the future. Yun Xiao was acting courteously, and they were all expressing their sincerest thoughts. The strength of the Heavenly Martial League had almost subverted their imagination, and they all hoped to be taken care of. Why don't you all join the Heavenly Martial Union? I'll do my best to take care of you. Yun Xiao blinked, his face full of sincerity. This Ing Luo. We'll consider it, Ing Luo. Yes, I'll consider it, Ing Luo. Everyone laughed awkwardly. Although the Heavenly Martial Union's strength had shocked them, joining it was undoubtedly equivalent to being swallowed up by the upper echelons of the Heavenly Martial Union. No hurry, Yun Xiao said with a smile. You can take your time to think about it, especially after you become a martial sovereign of the Nine Heavens realm. You must know that the only place on the entire continent that can allow you to become a god is Yanwu. We've also heard many rumors about this. What are the details? Everyone was shocked and asked hurriedly. I'll ask Lady Su Liani to talk to you about this matter, Yun Xiao said. You can ask her if you have any questions. Yun Xiao pushed the crowd to Su Liani while he took Chu Hongyan and the others back to Yanwu. As soon as they arrived outside the city gate, the city guards came up to them and said respectfully, "Greetings, City Lord. Lady Ding Ling has invited you." "Everything is handled by Su Liani and Ling Yun Xiao said. "Now that you have something to see me about, it's most likely something difficult to deal with. Everyone, come with me. We'll set up the framework of the alliance and the rules." No one had any objections and immediately entered the city lord's mansion. Ding Ling was entertaining the guests, and everyone felt it was strange. They didn't know who she had to personally entertain. When they walked over to take a look, they couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. It was actually someone from the sanctuary. "Haha! Young Master Yun Xiao, how have you been?" Before Ding Ling could say anything, a silver-haired old man burst into laughter. His eyes flickered as he looked at Yun Xiao with surprise. "Why, your cultivation base is really impressive." "Oh, it's Lord Amaterasu and Brother Gao Han," Yun Xiao said with a smile. The newcomers were none other than Tian Zhaozi's branch, Yuan Gao Han, Mo Huayuan, and many alchemists from the Sacred Zone. There were 20 to 30 of them, but Yun Xiao only knew the 3 of them. Chu Hongyan, Tian Xingzi, and the others also hurriedly came forward to greet him. The people on both sides were polite to each other before they sat down in their own seats. Yuan Gaohan was also looking at Yun Xiao in surprise and suspicion as he said, "Is your cultivation base so advanced that you've already become a warlock god?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the holy region was shocked and looked on in disbelief. "Even I can't detect young Master Yun Xiao's art cultivation," Amaterasu said in a deep voice. "This level of restraint is even higher than Master Al's. Only the art god can do this in the world. It seems that there are 10 rules in Yanwu, and it's true that it's a place to become a god. Warlock god." The way the alchemists looked at Yun Xiao immediately changed from shock to unparalleled respect, which was no less than that of Amaterasu. Yun Xiao's advancement into the sorcerer god realm was entirely due to the power left behind by Yan Shun, and had nothing to do with the rules of 10 directions. But he naturally did not bother to explain anything. With Lord Amaterasu and Brother Gao Han's cultivation, as long as they stay in Yanwu, it won't take long for them to enter the immortal state. "Does young Master Yun Xiao mean that you want us to stay?" Tenzhou asked. "But just now, Miss Ling said that you must join the Heavenly Martial Union to enjoy the resources in Yanwu." Ding Ling hurriedly said, "This is the rule of the Heavenly Martial League. I dare not disobey it. Brother Yun Xiao is the leader of the league, and all the sect masters are here. We should be able to reach a conclusion that both sides are satisfied with. My lord, do you still want to stay in the holy region?" Yun Xiao laughed. Tian Zhaozi's expression was difficult, as if he didn't want to answer. Instead, he asked, "Do I really have to join the Heavenly Martial Union to enjoy the resources? Can't it be assimilated?" Yunxiao laughed and said, "Lord Tenzazi's skills are unparalleled, and he is revered by all the people in the world. Of course, he can't be compared with ordinary people. However, rules are rules. If they are broken for no reason, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the masses." Amaterasu frowned slightly, seemingly quite displeased. "Don't beat around the bush, Li Yunxiao," Yuan Gaohan said hurriedly. "I've been with you for many years. How can I not know what a greedy, despicable, and shameless villain you are? Just tell me what your conditions are." "Haha." Brother Gaohan's words really hurt my feelings. "Am I such a person?" Yunxiao glared at him. Yuan Gaohan waved his hand and said, "Don't be so long-winded. The more you act like this, the more I'm panicking. Just state your conditions directly." "Brother Gaohan's words really chill my heart," Yunxiao said. "Please leave. This small temple in Yanwu can't accommodate all of you." "You're so silly." Yuan Gaohan was extremely depressed and angrily said, "You have the resources of the 10 rules in your hands. You know that we definitely won't leave, so you can name your price. Just don't go too far." Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't make yourself sound so Philistine. It's too hurtful. It's too hurtful. For the sake of Lord Amaterasu, I'll make an exception and allow you to live in Yanwu without being restricted by the rules." "Thank you, young Master Yunxiao." Tian Zhaozi was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and thanked him. "It's that simple?" Yuan Gaohan suspiciously asked. "Without any conditions?" "Brother Gaohan, you have questioned my sincerity again and again," Yunxiao said unhappily. "What kind of reason is that?" "Humph?" Yuan Gaohan snorted. "I just know you too well, so I find it strange. Forget it. I'm in the wrong, so I'll apologize to you." The thought of staying in Yanwu to study the 10 rules of nature made him excited. He was only a step away from becoming an warlock god. It had been 2 days since he came to Yanwu, and he had long since discovered that the environment here was not right. The barrier was getting thinner and thinner, and he could break through it at any time. Now, even if Yunxiao wanted all his assets, he would give them to him without hesitation. "Brother Gaohan," Yunxiao suddenly asked, "do you still remember the divine steel?" "Of course I remember. What's wrong?" Yuan Gaohan's body moved, and his eyes looked at the Lingmu flute on the side, revealing a grateful expression. What he had learned from Lingmu Di had benefited him greatly, especially when he had participated in the production of divine steel, which had directly raised his cultivation in the art of alchemy to the peak. "Now that Yanwu has a large number of resources," Yunxiao said, "I plan to produce a large amount of divine steel." All the people present were moved. Divine steel was originally a rare term, but as Yuan Gaohan and Yunxiao participated in the refining, it gradually became known to the world. Even Lingmu Di's pupils shrank. He said in surprise, "You want to mass-produce profound-level weapons with divine steel as the main material?" Ding Ling was also very surprised. The raw materials needed for divine steel are extremely precious, especially the eternal wood, mysterious heavenly blood jade, and extreme heavenly ice essence. It was not easy for Big Brother Yunxiao to find them back then. "How can we mass-produce them?" "The mysterious heavenly blood jade is the blood of a true spirit," Yunxiao said. "I only got it after I caught Luo Qingyun and drained his blood. But if we want to mass-produce it, his blood alone is far from enough. Moreover, too much blood essence will affect our cultivation base, so we can only find a replacement. I've already considered this in my heart." He had collected quite a lot of extreme heaven ice essence back then, enough for a while. Even if he ran out, he could still exchange some with Feng Yaoli. "The truly rare item is the eternal tree. It's true that the world has changed," Lingmu Di said with emotion. "The eternal wood was precious, but it could be found easily. The eternal wood is the metal from the earth's core. I still have some with me, but it's not enough to mass-produce divine steel," Amaterasu said. "It's definitely not on the surface of the heavenly martial continent. Only the Earth's core might be able to find it on a large scale. Leave the information on the geocentric iron to me." Xianxia said. The Chamber of Commerce is the most suitable person to do this kind of thing. Exactly, Ding Linger said with a smile. I'll spread the news now and buy the geocentric iron at 10 times the price. At the same time, I'll put out a high bounty for clues to the acquisition of the geocentric iron. I'm sure we'll find something. Well done, Li Yunxiao, Yuan Gaohan suddenly cried out. You said you don't need any conditions. I guess you're keeping us here for the divine steel. Brother Gaohan, you're really narrow-minded, Yunxiao said with a smile. Then, do you want to participate in the refinement of divine steel? I won't force you. Participate. Of course I'm going to participate, Tian Zhaozi said firmly. The rest of the alchemists also agreed, expressing their willingness to participate. When Yuan Gaohan had participated in the forging of divine steel, he had talked about this matter and some of his experiences in the Sacred Zones Tao of Art lecture. It made many alchemists, including Tian Zhaozi, envious. Even Amaterasu wanted to try refining it himself, so he had taken the initiative to collect the 3 materials. This was why he had hoarded some eternal wood. Now, with such good conditions, even alchemists would try their best to get in. This kind of temptation was fatal to them. How could they refuse? With young Master Yunxiao and Lord Mu Dit's guidance in refining divine steel, it's a rare opportunity, said Tenzhou Zi. Although we are not members of the Heavenly Martial League, we will do our best to assist them.